why the board has been so secretive, so unwilling to be forthcoming, and so utterly lacking in transparency. The board has now announced that the probable cost of construction for the Elder Centennial which is $24 million. The estimated costs for the Elder Centennial project are obviously and totally unacceptable. Tonight you are being asked to consider several motions which relate to the Elder Centennial project. This project has been and continues to be divisive and controversial throughout the entire community. No doubt the ultimate price tag for taxpayers who are just now becoming aware of this expense will be unprecedented and excessive. At the last board meeting, a commissioner forcefully stated that caucus surveys overwhelmingly indicated support for the plan from thousands of residents. That commissioner encouraged residents to review surveys and comments to better understand community support for the board's position and to explain the board position that its actions were consistent with the caucus mandate. However, a thorough analysis of all surveys and comments from 2015 to the present does not, in fact, support that position. No survey mentioned the combination of lakefront properties nor making changes to their existing uses. In reviewing 8 years of surveys, there were 10 total comments in favor of the lakefront plan. This is vastly outnumbered by the thousands of residents who have signed petitions and continue to appear before you to speak out against it. The board has still not provided a description with respect to the funding sources for the project. The board has still not indicated whether it has ever compared or analyzed the alternative, less expensive plans for this project, which were provided by low-qualified residents. The taxpayers of the Winnetka Park District deserve better stewardship from an elected board. Before taking any further action of any kind with respect to the Elder Centennial project, it should afford this community a fair opportunity to absorb and consider the cost of this project. At a minimum, the board should defer any action on the Elder Centennial project for at least 1 month and until the new board is seated. If you refuse this modest request to give residents and taxpayers a month to consider the costs of this project, then this board is communicating that it really is committed to a lack of transparency and an avoidance of accountability. Thank you.
Good evening.
Speak up there.
Can you hear me?
Louder, please.
The board has forged ahead with the proposed Elder Centennial Plan, and the financial impact to the Winnetka Park District taxpayers keeps growing. It appears that the Winnetka Park District is not able to finance this project without affecting other activities in the district. Many citizens have objected to parts of the proposed plan. The southern portion of Centennial Park. Many have objected to the grandiose proposal that has been presented. Many have objected to the lack of transparency, the loss of riparian rights, Elder Beach not reopening, large boulders jetting into our lake, and views hindered by oversized boulders in the water. Other objections have been the green space lost to a proposed parking area to accommodate twice as many vehicles as exist today. Approximately 135 spaces the way I figure it on round numbers, and there are 72 parking spaces today. There are objections to the additions of a large paved driveway to the bluff's edge and down to the bluff at Elder. This paved surface cuts into the very life of the green space in Elder Lane Park. On the drawing that I have seen, it says that this will be removed after construction. I do not believe that statement. A passive park for all is being completely changed to a very active park that will impact the serenity of what exists today. The future Elder Centennial Plan will drag on as a financial burden for our park district and for the taxpayers. Financially speaking, I keep questioning, why is the park district not hired an outside grant writer to help financially with this project? The staff and commissioners should be storming Springfield for financial help at the lakefront. There are parameters to be followed when accepting the grant, but taxpayers and the district both benefit. In 2022, OSLAD grant money was awarded to 24 districts in Cook County. Most districts were awarded near $500,000. The total grants awarded was almost $60 million. And it was all for Park District projects. 2 new commissioners are coming to this board at the end of the next month. And they will deal and have to deal with this financial mess that is being dumped upon them. If this board could not settle the existing issue, what magic will shine upon the next board? Allow the incoming board to bring new expertise and creative thought to this state, because it's a financially draining project. Do not trade or sell off Winnetka Park District's open space. Winnetka is a landlocked community. Lake Michigan and the natural parkland needs to remain as passive open space. Although I don't always agree with Commissioner Archibald and Commissioner Seaman, I thank you for your time that you've spent serving the Winnetka Park District.
Kyle, is there any way to, that's awfully bassy. Is there any way to turn up the?
So, Jim, right by your feet, there should be a bass knob.
Gotta find this X.
Here you go.
Treble? Hold on. Hard to hear.
It's really deep, and it's gonna be hard for the people.
Susie, can you speak?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Turn on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Little better. Yeah.
Excuse me for interrupting. Do you think we could bring in some seats for these poor souls that are standing in the back?
One right up front.
There's 2 empty seats right up here.
John, there's 2 seats in front of John over there, there's 2 more seats.
You can hold the mic below your
Yeah,
mouth.
I think that's a better, yeah.
Okay.
You have to speak right into it, though.
Yeah.
You're talking to the people at home.
Sure, I'm on the X. She's on the X.
You're great.
Looks like you're getting the past commissioners.
It looks like there's 2 open seats right here in the 3rd row back, and then in the 2nd row in the middle, there's 2 open seats as well. So there's an open seat here, and I'm gonna put a couple more in.
Thank you.
Fire away.
Well, you can sit in the front if you want. You want to sit in the front?
I think Susie's ready to start.
Susie, please proceed.
I know, but I don't want to have.
Correct, correct.
Okay, my quick preference, preceding comments is thank you for the opportunity. My voice is somehow going astray this evening, so bear with me. This should take, be within the 3-minute confines. And thank you to all of you who have served. This has not been an easy job. So I am speaking as a past Winnetka Park District Commissioner and past Vice President for quite a number of years, from 1981 to 1993. And I have a title and about 10 bullet points that are short and a copy for each of you. So my minutes are starting now. We expect and deserve to have all Winnetka Park District meetings.
We can't hear back here. Sorry.
I've been holding my low away from the mouth, it's only dragged out the mouth.
Okay, is this better?
That's a have loud, throaty voices.
Head up, louder. Excuse me. I am Susie Schreiber, past commissioner for the Winnetka Park District. I hope you can hear this voice right now. Thank you. I am speaking on the patent disrespect of the residents of the Winnetka Park District which we have actively observed by residents over the past year. Bullet point 1, we expect and deserve to have all Winnetka Park District meetings, working, regular, and committee, run with respect and courtesy accorded equally to all commissioners, staff, and residents alike, and no vituperative comments should be used ever. Bullet point 2, we expect and deserve to have up-to-date audio and visual recording equipment working with clear volume and sightline for all participants, those present and those attending by Zoom. Each commissioner and staff member must have a high-quality microphone in front of them at all times and in use throughout all meetings. Each commissioner and staff member should speak clearly and directly into their mics so that everyone can hear comments and presentations without needing to strain. We expect and deserve to have the same audio-visual equipment set up at the public mic for both presenters and for the general public to use during their presentations and for the public comment period. We respectfully request a podium be properly set up for the presenters and the general public for their use when addressing the Winnetka Park District Board of Commissioners. It is easier to present from and is far more professional. We respectfully request the above podium to be properly located in the meeting room so that presenters and the general public can easily see both the commissioners and staff present and all audience attendees who are present in the room. It is disenfranchising to the taxpayers of the Winnetka Park District to do otherwise. We respectfully request that all meetings follow Robert's Rules of Order, the Illinois Association of Park Districts Code, and those of the State of Illinois Park District Code, parenthesis 70 ILCS 1205/N parentheses at all times. We respectfully request that the Winnetka Park District staff and Board of Commissioners plan and present their duly obligated operations of business for the administration and running of the programs and projects of the Winnetka Park District in a manner which provides each entity thorough and adequate preparation time for understanding, review, discussion, and careful attention to public and professional input. This means no further 2-day or 5-day slamming projects through for fast-track approval, especially as relates to significant projects requiring those huge expenditures of taxpayer dollars. Almost done. The ill-conceived and current Elder Centennial proposed plan should be carefully formulated into a 4-page, user-friendly document with 3D images and mailed to the general public for their considered review. with time to review it, not just 2 days before, or as we got the last notice, about 7 to 9 days after. After that, the entire project should be thoughtfully put to vote in a proper public referendum. Do not be afraid of working with all of your Winnetka Park District constituents. After all, they are the owners of the properties in question, and it is their money which is being used to pay for the Elder Centennial enhancements. Here we go, the final bit. We respectfully note that the present Winnetka Board of Commissioners cannot encumber the future Winnetka Park District Board of Commissioners with ill-prepared, physically unsound, and physically, I said that wrong, and publicly unwanted rush projects and plans related to any Winnetka Park District management and service area. The new board to be seated in May of 2023 needs to first and foremost regain the respect and approval of the residents of the Winnetka Park District and also that of the greater general public. We have watched the present board wreak havoc with reckless governance, which is exactly opposite to the governance doctrine reflected in the beloved Athenian oath so thoughtfully displayed in the hallowed chambers of the Winnetka Village Council. And thank you very much.
Should we just have them stay here for?
Works for me.
Yeah, Ted, why don't you just do it, if you can.
I can talk loud.
Okay. All right.
Do it.
I'm a louder talker.
Yes.
I'll stand on. Hi, Ted Winnichenko. So I learned a new word, an old word, right? It's more commonly used in the 1600s, but fee, I say. As you've expressed, disgust, mild disgust, or something like that. But anyway, I am very concerned by what's happening, right? For a lot of reasons, I feel the idea of pushing this forward at this point is a problem. I'm concerned by the fact that we will become the only private entity, if you want to use that word, that will have chosen to put up a huge pile of rocks in the middle of our property, of our beach property. You don't see the private landowners up and down the lakeshore putting their breakwaters in the middle of their property. They put it to the edges, but we will be putting it in the middle, ostensibly to separate part of the beach. Whether or not a dog beach is legal here, these are all questions that need to be addressed. But more importantly, we need to decide what's going to happen to the two parks. Right now, there's this ongoing idea that there's going to be a land swap, that this is a done deal. We can be certain that the other party, if the other party at any point decided that it was in their best interest to get out of the deal, they would just tell you, the deal would be off, and they would say, go ahead and sue me if you want to continue forward. I don't understand why the Park District doesn't do the same thing in the other direction. They should just, you guys should vote, send notice to the other party saying that you have decided to withdraw from the land swap deal. They can then choose what they want to do. If it's true that they are wanting to be part of this community and members of this community and be supportive of the community, they can say, okay, it's not working out, we should move on. I think they will show their true colors by being given that opportunity. And then, you know, things will go from there. But before we do anything, we need to decide how we're going to proceed with the land swap. Get rid of it, is my opinion. At that point, you can move forward considering if it's really in the best interest of everyone to put up massive structures or not, what the real purpose of the beach is. But I do feel like what's happening today is, I'm sorry, the optics are terrible. And it really looks like, in my opinion, it really looks like the Park District is, by voting on this, by putting the breakwater where it is, by still having the land swap up in arms, up in uncertainty, it really has the optics of the Park District serving one particular resident, not the community. And I don't think that's what the Park District wants to do, and I don't think that's what intended, but in my opinion, that's how it looks. That's all.
Greeno, to the Winnetka Park Board. We recently returned from a town in Florida where there are 21 miles of uninterrupted, unobstructed beach. As we walked along the shore, I wondered how Illinois got it so wrong. The oceanfront landowners in Florida know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they don't own the sand or the ocean. No one is fighting to put up fences or rock walls. It isn't even a thing. People walk in front of multi-million-dollar homes all day and night, and beaches don't close at dark. I don't know that we can begin to right the wrongs of the past decisions in this town or state that allowed the lakefront to be effectively privatized. Possibly the best we can do is not spend 21 million chasing an ill-fated plan that those who came after us will shake their heads at. We can restore Elder, leave Centennial alone, and wait as the Rosewood Beach model becomes as regrettable as high hair and parachute pins of the early 90s. Less is more. Minimalism and preserving nature are in. Let's be ahead of our time, not stuck in the past. Winnetka 2030 is actually what Winnetka wanted in 2016. Our world has changed dramatically in the last 7 years. Let's change with it. Please start fresh, consult new and innovative thinkers, perhaps from another state, and create a plan that is not simply a haircut from a tired, outdated model. Thank you. This is from Rebecca and Caroline Ferguson. I'll just say, in my experience on the Winnetka Village Council, if you consistently had this many people in your meetings, that means you have unhappy people. Not this many people don't show up because they're happy with you. I believe this shows that you have a problem and you can fix it by not voting on these items tonight. And you know, I think the Fergusons make a good point. Start fresh, let's get this thing done right. You can do it.
My name is Anders Wick. I've been a Winnetka resident for about 7 years. I was hoping for a podium because I spilled some coffee on my pants earlier. So we moved up here about 7 years ago. I had a boat down in the city, kept it in one of their harbors. Moved up here with 3 little kids. You learn on dinghies, so I got a smaller boat, put it over on Lloyd Beach. One of the attractions of the community was having the beach access. That's why we didn't wind up in my wife's hometown in Hinsdale. When I came up, Lloyd was a decent beach. I had my Vanguard 15 out there. Beach staff, by the way, was fantastic. And each year, the beach kind of got smaller, got smaller, got smaller. And I don't know if you guys know this, but there was a wonderful picture at Golden Little Ricky's that showed Lloyd Beach in the 50s. And my guess is it had 100 yards of sand out beyond that boathouse. It was just beautiful, tremendous beach. By the time we got up here, it probably had 20 yards of sand, 15 yards of sand, 12 yards of sand. Eventually, I get a call. Hey, your boat's getting trashed down here because there was no sand left. Waves are coming in, smashed the thing, mast bent to hell, wound up having to flood the thing. What you guys did in response to that, because I keep my boat down there still and throughout 2 seasons, it's just extraordinary. I mean, it's a beautiful facility down there. I love going down there. I just put my boat in this spring. I took pictures of it. I sent it to some of my friends in the city. This is just fantastic. What that tells you, these are jewels that we have up here, and they don't preserve themselves. That beach washed away slowly, 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 until there was nothing left of it. And you guys just did a wonderful job replenishing it. And I wanted to come in and thank you for that. I don't know what you're doing. I haven't followed specifically the ins and outs of this project. The renderings look spectacular. I know there are a lot of complaints about those brick walls, but you go down and see what you've done at Lloyd. I presume there are engineering reasons for what you did. I don't pretend to understand them. It sure looks nice to me. It looks durable. I wanted to thank you for it. In addition to that, thank Matt Barton, wonderful guy, does a great job down there. So just thank you very much. Some people are here because you're doing a good job.
I'm Ron White, 434 Berkeley. And I'd like to remind
Can you step
Yes.
forward? Just be on camera. Thank you.
You're, okay. Ron White, 434 Berkeley Avenue. I'd like to remind everyone here of a wonderful report created 100 years ago, the Bennett Plan, the lagoon extending from off Tower Road on the 30-foot datum, extending down towards Kenilworth. Safe sailing, safe swimming, much more often than when Lake Michigan gets pretty rough. It was built on a model proven in the Netherlands and demonstrated by the North Park District of Chicago. In fact, it was so stable, they built Outer Drive on it. Now that Outer Drive scares people in Winnetka because we do not want to have an expressway on the Outer Drive. We have the Edens Expressway. That answers that question. And it was done 100 years ago, and it's about time for the same amount or less money and the assistant multi-years of Mother Nature, we can have the lagoon barrier. And we won't have the quarry with all their kickbacks and Bexy. We won't have to get that heavy stone from wherever all that comes from. It's kind of a mystery. Have you asked the question about the cost of these things? I have, and you don't get a straight answer. Years ago, Winnetka had a successful inn, Patterson's. That was 150 years ago. Winnetka does not have a hotel. They don't want a hotel. When they had a Winnetka hotel, it was a cure house for persons of means that had an addiction to heroin and laudanum. Some people know our history. They remember that. When a new resident wants to build a 60-room mansion, let's remember Clement Stone. His mansion went unsold for years. They tore it down. We don't have a Deer Path Inn, but maybe we should have an Indian Trail Inn at that property, which is Lincoln and Elm Street. Well, you have to involve the village trustees in that. And then there's also that question I've been asking at, I'm digressing a little bit, at the Caucus Council. District 36, you build a school district to handle all the children in Winnetka, but half of them go to private schools. What do you do with the extra space? It's encouraged by state law, I guess, to spend money. But, you know, this is Winnetka. But maybe it's time to hang on to our assets and not be so, spend so much money. That's why the lagoon is a heck of a lot less costly than putting armor stone and many little
Thank you, Ron.
hard, okay, my time's
Yeah,
done. And I've spoken enough. The lagoon should be project number 1 for the Park District after they finish with what they're doing over here. Thank you.
I'll use the microphone.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. I'll go real slow, too. Hi, My name is Brenna Nichols. I live at 854 Bryant Avenue. It's nice to see all of you again. As you will remember, I took you out on my boat to two of the shorelines last summer. I have a few points I want on the record. You can't spend $21 million without a referendum. Hard stop. As a boat owner who has a spot in the Lloyd Cage, I am down at Lloyd every single weekend and a few nights a week. I am not sure why we need to dedicate another beach to paddleboards. Lloyd is nowhere near full with paddleboarders. Lloyd already isn't a swim beach. Why do you need to take away another space for swimmers? And finally, my boat goes into the water on May 4th, down to the cage. If another ride is needed to answer any questions as to what the right thing to do is, give me a call. I'll be happy to take you out again. My 12 and 9-year-old sons would also tell you how to behave. Thank you.
Kyle, this speaker's no good.
Yeah.
I think we should.
Are we back in this?
Yeah, it makes it a lot worse.
Yeah,
Just switch right on.
Your mouth.
Right, I know, it's not a good speaker, it's not working.
Hello, hi. I'm going to read a letter on behalf of some folks that I know that couldn't be here and then add my own comments. I'm Sherry Molitor. I live at 1133 Scott in Winnetka for 29 years now. So the letter first. This is from Kim and David Mulligan. They had a family emergency and had to leave town. They've been to several meetings. Dear Commissioners and staff of the Winnetka Park District, as 27-year residents of the village of Winnetka, we wish to reiterate our strong opposition to the proposed plan for the renewal of Elder and Centennial Park areas without the benefit of a village-wide referendum. Elder Lane has always been our favorite of the Winnetka beaches, and we remain supportive of some degree of restoration to prevent beach degradation, limited upgrades, and maintenance. While we originally supported the idea of merging the two beaches, provided reasonable terms and costs were involved, at the current estimated cost, we feel that this project has become excessively costly, we're the theme tonight, right? And drains valuable resources of our community for a very limited and mostly seasonal amenity. We therefore urge the Park District to put this important and costly proposal to the voters for a referendum. I would like to echo that. We've had many conversations. I believe it was Commissioner Seaman who said that there was measurable public approval via the caucus surveys. That does not exist. That does not exist. Several people have said that. We've researched it. It doesn't exist. I'd also like to echo what the gentleman.
No, you cannot. You can't.
You did.
You have a chance later.
I'd like to, the gentleman with the pink shirt who I think said spelled vodka or something. I'm sitting in the
Coffee.
Coffee. But anyway, which is fine, no judgment at all. You did do a great job at Tower and Lloyd. I know many of you have said you could have done things differently, should have done this, shouldn't have done that, shouldn't have, maybe the rock walls too. You did a great job. I'm down there. We are also boat owners. We don't need another huge combined beach, literally 1.2 miles to the south. Don't use our Park District resources to repeat something we already have. We're very fortunate here in Winnetka to have 2 miles of shoreline. Our beaches aren't crowded. Our beaches are understaffed. I played pickleball for the first time today, pickleball lessons. You know what? I saw 3 people from Winnetka today, friends who played in Tuesday in Glencoe. Guess what? So we don't have anything like that here. We don't have a lot of things here that this Park Board of Commissioners should be directing staff to focus on. So thank you again.
Hi, I'm Susan Snyder, and I've been following the proceedings for quite a while. I'm a former Park Board Commissioner for 2003 through 2011. And there's 2 things I just want to comment on and share. First of all, thank you all for all your hard work. I know how hard it was. I was involved when the service center was perhaps going to be built behind the ice skating rink. And we had a gentleman bring a new proposal forward to us to put that service center up where it is now behind the buildings. That gentleman was Chuck Dowding, And our park board commissioners at the time really stepped back and looked at that proposal and understood the expertise he brought. And I know there's been other experts that have brought information to you, and I just kind of have watched the proceeding and haven't felt like that you've really had a chance to absorb and maybe watch an alternative option of how we could save cost on this proposal and do some things differently. So I'm here kind of as a historic perspective of, we thought we were going one way, and we did take input from what I believe is a strong expert in our community, Chuck Downing. So I want to sing his praises. I know he's not here today, but I want to thank him for continuing to be there. But secondly, can you pull the agenda down just a little bit to where we've got, where you're going to be talking about the, just pull it, is there more on the agenda? Keep going to the, where we're talking about the, the attachment. I pulled it, wherever your attachment was for the cost. Yeah, Elder, there it is, 8.8. Okay, so I also was involved in the Skokie Master Plan. We did all the planning and we did all the expenses. I think Scott Frers might have been involved. There was a great project. But the number one thing we had, in addition to 8.8, Elder Lane's Nano Beach project estimate cost, is we also had a list of where the money was coming from. And it was very transparent. So I just want, I haven't been paying that much attention week in and week out. I just wanted to see what was up there for the public. What's up there is thank you very much. I believe it was prepared by maybe your group. I'm not sure who prepared this, but the expenses are out there. It's $21 million. I don't have an idea what enterprise funds you're pulling it through. I know you've been talking about it at park board meetings, but when I was on the park board, we had committees, we had enterprise funds, we didn't raid different types of funds, and it was very clear. So I'm here to say I don't think that's very transparent to take a vote off of just cost estimates without me being able to pull off of a website where you're getting the money. But I want to thank you so much. I think we should treat our beaches well. I'm not against enhancing them at all, but those particular 2 points I felt like I should come and speak toward. Thank you.
Hi, Fritz Duda, 564 Maple Street, and I'll save you 2 minutes of your life and go quick. I'm supportive of the improvements at Centennial and Elder. I'm supportive of the consolidation. It's the right thing to do in the long-term plan for this beach. I also really like what you did at Lloyd. It makes it a usable, functioning beach. And then, I'm in the real estate business. With delay comes costs, increased costs. So our curves always move up and to the right, and the delays we've incurred to date are one of the reasons why we're facing larger numbers. Delaying the project longer will only increase that. Thank you.
Lori Peterson. I have a brief comment to someone else, and then I'll share my own comment. This is from Barbara Williams, another former Parks Commissioner. I think it's really significant that we're hearing opposition to this from a lot of former Parks Commissioners. Personally, I put their opinion very, very highly in my estimation of what's going on. So, this is from Barbara Williams. I'm currently out of the country, but wish to request that you share my wishes that the Board of the Park District refrain from voting to approve moving forward with the Elder Centennial Project at this time. $21 million to rework 2 parks, which still have no resolution about the property that divides them, seems rushed and not thoroughly thought out, not in character with the professional standards that we strive to achieve within our board activities. The residents of Winnetka deserve the opportunity to hold a referendum on this exceedingly expensive and only partially finalized project. Thank you. My own comment is, I live at the north end of town, so I am at Tower, Lloyd, and Maple all the time. That's my regular walk, including on sunny days when it seems like everyone's out there. Tower is heavily programmed. You can hardly see the sand with all the play equipment that's there. That's great, it gives people great beach programming. Lloyd has boating and swimming, and Maple has swimming. Even on those beautiful days of the year, I've never seen those beaches overcrowded. Never. So I don't understand the urgency of creating another heavily programmed beach that is going to be difficult to staff, that the residents don't need, and think of the opportunity cost of $21 million on these beaches. Even if you had it fall down from the sky magically, which we know it's not going to do, what else could be done with that money? We've already talked about lack of pickleball courts. There are a lot of needs in this town. I've mentioned before that you have to charge money for the Easter egg hunt. I mean, really, there are higher and better uses for this money. It's great to say it would be a lovely thing to have a combined beach, and people may say that to you within the community. But if you put it to them, oh, well, it's going to cost $21 million out of our budget, that's a very different question from simply asking, oh, do you think these beaches should be combined? So referendum, referendum, referendum is what I say.
Okay, I'm going to use my teacher voice. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Irene Smith, 37-year resident of Winnetka. Well, I wish I had a podium. Wait a minute. Well, it looks like you're going to vote tonight on those 3 motions. I predict the motions will pass 5-2. But maybe you should defer the vote for a while. I'm calling out Mickey and David here for voting in a gargantuan plan and then leaving the new board commissioners, Mr. Jeff Tyson and Mr. James Hemmings, to deal with the unfortunate results. Unless inflation is reduced to 0, the cost of building your large pile of rocks out in the lake will certainly go much higher. Which way do you think inflation is going? Right? I have another issue for David to address before he leaves the board. At the April 13th, 2023 Park Board meeting, you said, and we quote it now, the community feedback we received in the caucus survey is consistent with what we are doing. I encourage everyone to go back and read the caucus surveys. It will support everything we are doing, and we are doing what the community wants us to do. The survey is made up of 1,300, 1,500, 2,000 people who voted, not a small group or a medium group. So guess what? We've reviewed all the caucus surveys since 2015, the year the 2030 master plan was developed. You may remember that I read out many of the comments to you after the 2022 caucus results were published. In 2015, 877 respondents. The survey results showed that the majority of respondents wanted the existing beach structures improved or cleaned up, but there was no mention of combining Elder and Centennial beaches or changing their existing uses. Now, I have a similar thing for every year. I don't want to bore you with it. You can guess what it says. I'll go to 2020. In 2020, there was nothing about combining Elder and Centennial or changing the uses of the beaches, and that's important. In 2021, there were 1,142 respondents. There were no comments about the waterfront master plan, combining the 2 parks, or changing the use of the beaches. In 2022, there were over 40 comments critical of the Winnetka Park District Board actions and lack of transparency. There were several complaints about spending. I think it would be appropriate, and I know you can't answer me, for David to retract his incorrect statement that the caucus surveys support the Elder Centennial Plan and acknowledge that 10 comments in 8 years of surveys in favor of the lakefront plan do not outweigh the 1,700 signatures on a petition, the many letters sent against the plan, and the heartfelt comments made by the public, including me, at these meetings. I'd like to remind you, David, that a meeting back in Hubbard Woods School, at a meeting there, you said, quote, "We need to show them that we don't suck." Well, in conclusion, I'd like to quote that world-famous philosopher Eminem. You ready?
Yeah.
You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. You only get
One shot.
Keep going, one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Please do not go ahead with this outrageous $21.25 million plan. You only get one shot. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jack Coladarchi. I live at 568 Cherry Street. I'm Jack Coladarchi. I live at 568 Cherry Street, and I'm currently the Landmark Preservation Commission Chairman. And I was the caucus president in 2009 and the subcommittee chairman, I guess, of the Park Board or the Park District Subcommittee the year before that. I've been a village trustee, involved in a lot of stuff in Winnetka, and I was born here. 60 years ago, 59 years ago, I started going to Elder Lane Park. And it wasn't that much different then than it is now. And I was actually a couple of years later, watched them tear down the mental hospital that was at Centennial Park. And watched that go from what was there to what we have now, which is a nice park. My family has been using those two parks for years. When I was a kid growing up here, I didn't go to, well, I went to Maple Street, but it's too far to go to Tower Road and too far to go to Lloyd, unless you were going for voting or something like that. I think that improving Elder Lane would be nice, but we've been waiting, I would say at least 60 years for that to be improved. I'm not in favor of what's planned now. I do believe that fixing up the park somewhat is a good idea. I think leaving the rest of it the hell alone is a better idea. I think as people talk about it, a passive park, a park that's not over-programmed, is a good thing. Those parks have been basically open and free for contemplation or walking or looking at the lake without hundreds of, well, I don't think you have hundreds of people, but without tons of traffic, I think the last programming I saw there was New Cheer's rugby team used to practice in Centennial. I use the park a lot for walking my dog around, so does my mom, and so do a lot of people. And the nice thing about that park is that it isn't over-programmed. Those are nice parks. And actually growing up, we used to cross between Elder Lane and Centennial. But again, the parks are nice the way they are. I would think fix them up to the extent that you have to. Let them sit for a number of years. Watch what happens at Lloyd to see if there is actually a need for what your proposed programming is down on Elder Lane. From what I've been observing over the time that I've been using the parks, there's not a huge demand, or there doesn't seem to be a huge demand for the services and the programming that would be offered down at those parks. And I think that you could lose something very, very, very special and very, very nice for us here in Winnetka, which is, again, just a park where you can go, where you can take your dogs, where people can just wander. And again, they've never been heavily programmed. I think before Lloyd was built, Elder Lane was the beach that everyone boated out of. That's where all the boating was done out of. And then Lloyd came in '72, and Elder Lane went back to what I remember as a kid, which is just filled with alewives and a quiet beach. So again, fix the pier and then wait some time, see what develops in terms of needs and demands by the community. I would think at this point, 21 million, because you have a sort of bureaucratic, it's being pushed along by the fact that the plan exists, is what it seems. I would just encourage you to wait. Thank you very much.
Robert Mucci. I'm an attorney and lived here for 31 years. Sorry,
Gotta speak
Say
up.
again? Okay. Pat Mucci.
Go on the X.
Okay. I'm an attorney. I've lived here for 31 years. I served on the Winnetka Caucus, overlapping with Jack, and I'm glad I waited till the two prior speakers spoke, because I find this a little unusual in that the checks and balances that the village has had since I've gotten here were that we had a survey system. And the survey system was the checks and balances that governed any idea that caused for any significant amount of spending of taxpayer money. My understanding is what you're proposing has not been put to the people on a survey. There's been some other tangential issues about the beaches, but not what you're proposing, not to the magnitude. So before, I would suggest that it would be premature to discuss any plan of action until you've got the go-ahead from the survey to take the pulse of what the people that you represent want you to do. Until you get a survey from all the people, that will guide you about what you should do. You need to hear from them on the survey. So even entertaining the thought of a referendum at this point is also premature, because you may not need a referendum once you get the results of the survey. That's the way it's always been since I've been serving on it for the last 31 years, that you didn't have to worry about boards spending a lot of your money without consulting you. And we have a democracy, and this is basic, fundamental stuff that we've done here in Winnetka for the past 37 years. So I would say, let's get this, whatever you want to do, without discussing if it's good or bad, let's get it on a survey and have a representative amount of people in the community respond so that you can see what they say. Instead of, you can have a lot more people, a lot more feedback than the 40 people or 50 people that have this room. Because I think you know what these people are going to say. And once you get the numbers of the survey, you don't have to guess about what to do, because you'll have the numbers in the survey. That, I think, is a procedural requisite. That's the way we've always done it here. And so I don't know why it wasn't on the last survey, but it wasn't. But that can be remedied. And once you see that, then you can ask yourself whether or not it's warranted to put it on a referendum. But you may not have to. But we need to do that first. Thank you very much.
The caucus survey is the way to ask.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Katie Stevens. The caucus survey is the way to ask if we want rocks in the lake for $21 million, David. It's the way to ask if people want our park chopped up where everybody plays soccer. And it's a way to ask all of the questions about that park. And I came up today and I'm like, why aren't you guys listening? Like, I can't figure it out. We have been talking for 2 years. We have the same plan with the wall moved down. It just doesn't make any sense. I also was given permission to let you know that although the park board has suggested that the village will pay $2.5 million for the stormwater pipe, the village has no funds allocated to this project, and definitively will only consider them next November at a public meeting. They're working on a master stormwater plan, and my understanding they've already given you millions for the stormwater plan. And I think there's better ways to spend this. We could have a pool, indoor, outdoor, probably both. We could have pickleball courts. We could have a golf tee place where people come. Instead, we're getting rocks in the lake, and it went from 2 walls to 5 walls. Ms. Coda, I'm sorry, but you have refused for years, 2.5 years, to meet with us at any time when all these other people came on a boat ride. Your explanation was, I just don't do that. I have worked on issues in the village for over 40 years, and no public representative has ever refused to meet with us at any time. You are the one commissioner, in addition, you are one of the commissioners who has been directly involved in issues related to the lawsuit. You may have to recuse yourself if this case goes forward. 2 new board members are coming on soon, and they need a leader who isn't embroiled in the mess of the last 2 years and is completely unbiased. For this, I recommend Cynthia Rapp, and no, she doesn't know I'm doing this, for president. She didn't pay me, there are no funds transferred. She's smart, she's open, she does her homework, she listens to all sides, and she's highly respected, I believe, by everyone on the board. Not that you're not respected, but you don't meet with anyone. We have 860,000 allocated for new plans. We have more design plans, but to me, it looks exactly like the plan from 2020. I mean, the wall moved, that's it. So I don't understand where all these funds are going. I don't understand why Lloyd was 5.2 million, and this is gonna be 21 million.
Nor do we.
Well, you know what, it's crazy, then stop.
Yeah.
So, David, you're at the caucus, we talked about the caucus. I'm not sure about the surveys, but you need to put on the survey, do we want to take away existing swimming beaches? Do we want to dump 21 million of rocks in the lake? 60% said they use the beaches to relax. Not one person on the survey ever asked for a second paddleboard or kayak beach, but several did say they're unhappy you took swimming away from Lloyd. I feel if there's no swimming at Elder, it will negatively affect our home prices, which may be another lawsuit. You have taken away one swimming beach, don't take away another. You can only paddleboard on extremely, if any of you have ever done it, it has to be completely calm, not even a little bit choppy. When the majority want swimming, why are you devoting 60% of our beaches to watercraft, rock walls, and dogs? And asking the public to foot the bill in the tune of $5,000 per household for amenities that are serving 10% of the population. We appear to be serving neighbors by the park, not the public. I thought Elder and Centennial was a public park. You're not serving our desires. You made promises that need to be broken, and are you telling us the whole truth? I don't think so. You've heard people have said terrible things at the last couple meetings. 8 years after the waterfront plan, 2030 was introduced to the public, 50% of the respondents still say they have no idea what it is, but they continue to move forward. The village has offered a perfectly good dog beach option at Tower Road. It would probably cost a couple $100,000 to get it ready for prime time. How can anyone in their right mind think it's okay to spend millions on a dog beach when there's an excellent alternative on the table? Free land. Centennial's our best swimming beach. It is the furthest from the stormwater pipe. Let's start using common sense and do the right thing and do what the caucus surveys are telling you. I'm disappointed that we pay for this with no referendum. We asked you, Warren, for those costs at Hubbard Woods over 2 years ago. You said we'd have it within 30 days. It's 2.5 years later, and all of a sudden it comes out 2 days ago that it's 21 million, and then you vote tonight? Are you kidding me? With no public referendum? So, in conclusion, we pay with no referendum, no public support, we swim in the crap, and no costs were told to the public until this project after the workshops. At the workshops, nobody was in support of this. And in the packet, there's all these people that were in support of it. People were saying to you, Warren, why aren't you listening? I mean, people were very upset. People said, oh, I like Highland Park and Lake Forest. I don't like this plan. I mean, where are those comments in the packet? No one was supporting it. I was there for 2 hours. There are no negative comments in the packet. Put it to referendum and see if we taxpayers want to pay for this. $5,000 a household. That is the only way. 4 people can't decide on 21 million. I'm the one that went to the referendum to buy that property. How many years ago? 2006. Do the math, David, I can't do it that fast. So in 2006, we went to referendum. We were turned down. You know what? Let the public decide.
Going the wrong way. Hi, I'm Beth Mulhern. I've been following this a little bit. You can hear me, sorry. I guess in terms of action tonight, I'd ask you not to vote and pause. Clearly there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of different ideas, and I think that you need to ask and put it to a referendum, will people actually put their money where their mouth is and pay for this or not? We did it with the New Trier High School. There was the Taj Mahal. It got voted down. It was revised. It's being built and people are benefiting. My kids lived through the construction. The same thing happened with the District 36. Everybody wants everything and we can't all have that. And so you need to put it to people directly. Are you willing to spend the money for this or not? And then you'll have the answer. And I think that there are other ideas out there that should be considered. You know, we talk a lot about the rocks, and Lloyd is lovely. But just last night or 2 nights ago, I was watching the news, and there's a area of Illinois where they're submerging brick breakwaters. And it's supposed to diffuse waves. I mean, these are the state of Illinois, state parks are doing these things. So there are other ideas out there that are good ideas, but we all can't decide in this room tonight. And I think that you need everybody in this community to vote on it. And those that go out and vote are the ones that care about it. And if you want people out to vote for you, then get the vote out. Thanks.
Good evening. Randy Whitchurch, 143 Fuller Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm simply amazed that after almost 2 years of controversy over the design of Elder Centennial, that the board still wants to cram through a plan that in its essential elements has not changed in 2 years, dominated by huge, costly, unsightly, and unnecessary stone breakwaters. The only thing that's really changed is the cost. It's now $21 million, north of $21 million. Money we don't have. And the sad thing is, it will cost significantly more than that. There's no contingency built in and doesn't include any cost estimates on what you will do with 261 Sheridan. That's going to cost money also. This is a rush effort to lock this community into spending an obscene amount of money for a beach and marina we don't need, can't staff, and don't want. This is all being done at the same time you charge families $50 per child for an Easter egg hunt, presumably because you don't have enough money. That's really sad. Let me remind you of the following. Again, you've been presented with multiple viable alternatives to open Elder Lane Beach, protect the bluff, and move the stormwater pipe that costs less than $5 million. Why don't you seriously consider these options? We don't need another boat marina. You already spent $5 million at Lloyd. Boaters have all the marina they need. Lloyd is underutilized. It's a $5 million paddleboard storage warehouse. You claim this plan has the support of the community as evidenced by the annual surveys. That's simply not true and can't be supported with the facts. If you are so confident that the community supports this plan, put it out to referendum. Include everything and be truthful about what it will really cost. And it isn't $21 million, it's a lot more.
My name's Jude Oakley. I'm the taxpayer that lives at 112 Fuller Lane. In 2000-2001, the Park District negotiated with Daryl and Sue Ewers, the last neighbors that reside at 261 Sheridan Road, for the purchase of their property to combine it and create the larger park. They went to referendum for $5 million. It was turned down, but they went for referendum. At $20+ million, you owe it to us taxpayers to ask our opinion. And I think this needs to go to referendum.
Hello, I'm David Stevens. I'm 333 Sheridan Road. A lot of the opinions that I was going to express have already been expressed tonight, so I'm going to just keep it brief. As I've been more and more involved in monitoring the progress of the proposals for the Elder Centennial property over the past year, I've become more and more frustrated with the seemingly lack of regard for public influence. It seems to me that in the time that I've spent at the different open houses, at the different board meetings, the overwhelming response to the proposals has been wait, or it's too much, or it's not what we want. And as I listen to that, I come up with a plan of, well, why isn't the park board listening to us? And that's really the point I want to make, is why aren't you listening to the public? And if you don't trust this group here in the room, go for referendum. Thank you.
Kim Marsh, 360 Forest Street. I've been a Lloyd Beach rack holder since 2004 and a Dog Beach pass holder since 1991. And I remember when Jack Colarchi was born. I'm a daily user of the Winnetka beaches, even in the winter months. Standing here without a podium, watching people struggle to get up here, I appreciate the use of the word disenfranchised, because I feel like it's as inhospitable to public comment as it could possibly be. And just having enough seats, having a podium, having a working microphone would be a lot more courteous to the 50 people who have showed up here tonight and who have showed up every other meeting, even when we had it at the other school. And then, as part of that, my last two mailings pertaining to the workshops arrived 4 or 5 days after the workshop. And I asked a few of my neighbors, they said the same thing. Obviously, that's just a very minor point, but I think that goes to the disenfranchisement, where you're putting those mailings out, you're spending money on postage and on printing, and everyone's getting them well after the fact. So people like us who are engaged are showing up because we hear about it and we care. But the average person who's getting the mailing, 5 days later, looks at it and says, well, I guess that happened. I'm not going to that. So that's my first point. My second point is I'm opposed to the land swap. I think we need a referendum. And in my opinion, the board leadership has not been listening. And there's been overwhelming public outcry against the swap and the current design of Elder and Centennial as being too costly. I did a Cook County court docket search today, going back decades, which revealed no other lawsuit against the Winnetka Park District Board for action taken by the board. There were total of 5 lawsuits on that docket. 1 personal injury case, a couple contract disputes, and Mr. Srishan's case. I think that legacy says volumes about what's going on with this board and the lack of transparency and the leadership. The legal fees associated with the board's refusal to walk away from the ill-advised and unwanted land swap to the tune of several $100,000 could have been used for actual park or beach improvements. The Lloyd Beach project was superb, and the project was performed without controversy. That fact and our appreciation of the outstanding work done by this board to complete the Lloyd project does not entitle this board to disregard citizen input about the swap and the Elder Centennial project under the pretext that this board knows better than all of us and all the people that have come forward. We do not need a cement path at the north end of Elder, nor do we need a cement launch for kayaks and paddleboards. There is a perfectly adequate paved access road next to the Elder Beach house. Those are my comments.
Hi, I'm Melissa Mizell from 939 Tower Road. And to add to the data about, this might not be a fair word, but like the suppression of public comment, I would like to remark on the Lakota-sponsored event at the community house. They've done these for the schools, they've done them for the village, and every time there's one of these things, you get like a baggie of, red, green, yellow stickers to say, I love it, I hate it, I'm on the fence. No stickers. So you couldn't tell what anyone else in that, participating in that workshop was thinking. And it's not because of the way Lakota operates these sentiment gathering workshops. It's because I'm afraid people didn't really want to know. The larger point I'd like to make, I got here late and I feel that sentiment has been pretty consistent, is that as the Parks Commissioners, you guys have like a really good gig. You know, you're in charge of the joy in Winnetka. And when it comes to the lakefront, you could ostensibly be said to have like the beauty bailiwick. You know, you've got the joy and the beauty. And this process has been anything but joyful and beautiful. The communication, you know, whether it's environmental concerns, kind of indecipherable dealings, some commissioners working with information that others don't have. All of this is so not beautiful and not joyful. And I'd just like you to consider what you signed up for, what you do, what you're in charge of, and make this beach plan be joyful and be beautiful and stir those sentiments in the public.
Robert, excuse me, Robert Chris, 948 Hubbard Street. I'd like to address one question, and that is whether this board has a mandate to take the action that it's planning to take tonight. Before I came to this meeting, I looked at the plan, the comprehensive plan that was done years ago. And one thing I noticed in that plan was that you couldn't determine the dollar amount of what these different things were going to cost. You know, it had kind of a selection of things that could be done. This was a priority 1, this is priority 2, this might cost this much, and a caveat that we don't really know how much it's going to cost, it's too preliminary. And I had never seen a survey, including the caucus survey, that has ever come close to suggesting that this project would cost $21 million. Nor have I seen anything that has ever explained, as one of my neighbors suggested, where the money will come from. And I submit to you that you do not have a mandate until and unless you tell the public how much it's going to cost and where the money is going to come from. You have absolutely no mandate. Because it's very easy. I mean, we would all like to have a wonderful beach if it cost us nothing, or if it cost us $5 million, but put it to the public. The idea is $21 million, from where I still don't know, but until those critically important facts are disclosed to the public, you do not have a mandate to act on it. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Good.
Rick Duran, 530 Sunset, I think, previously displaced 41-year resident of the city of Winnetka, village of Winnetka, previously on Forest Street. So, a lot of great comments came out here, have come out in other meetings, have been spoken. A lot of ill conversations have been had coming this way and that way. Let me just see if we can frame this into some sort of decision. Every successful project that I have been involved in, domestic or foreign, has answered yes to the following 3 questions. Is there a market? Can we build something to match that market? And will it make a return on the investment that we're doing? Market feasibility, followed by physical feasibility, followed by financial feasibility. In the private sector, the guard of that is the money sources that tell you it doesn't make a return, or the market that tells you we're not ready to do this, we're not ready to buy a home, etc. all of these conversations in the public sector, the market demand is this what your village wants? That, to me, has not yet been answered in the affirmative of what you're planning. The second question is, can it be built? That's where the engineers and the rock from the right place and the details from the right place come from, and it matches the size of the market, the thing you're responding to in the market. And finally, in the public sector, it's like, where do we get the money from? As your previous person said, where do you get the money from? And does that money pay for the thing that returns to the village the original market demand that they voiced? Sources and uses. You're showing uses, you're not showing sources. Okay, so as we organize, if we can get our voices aligned on those three buckets and get yeses in that order on those three questions, you will have a project that your grandkids will love to come visit and all that sort of thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Alan Welch, 890 Willow Road. Thank you for listening to us. I hope you hear us. You've got a number of very sharp people in front of you. I appreciate everything. And I hate what you guys are doing. I hate it. You're ramming this through. It's our money. Ask us what we want to do with it. Don't make the assumption that you know. And having two people vote on this when we've already elected new people to come in, don't do it. Don't take a vote tonight.
Hi, my name's Rick Upford. I live on the other side of the tracks in Winnetka. Just a couple things. One is there's a proposed launch, a kayak launch and a paddleboard launch on the concrete ramp. That's not feasible. I mean, it ruins kayaks, it'll ruin the paddleboards, right? Just Google it, right? And I have expertise in kayaks. I worked for Dagger, Canoes and Kayaks. I demoed the new kayaks. I worked on the layups of the kayaks. So I know that once you put a hole in, that's done, you can't fix it. Okay, that's one thing. And then the other thing is, throughout my life, I've had a strong sense of conservation since I was a child, right? When I was in 5th grade, I know they built a development and the creek ran and it muddied up and it killed all the fish. And I thought, this is just absurd, right? And the one thing to me that, in all my endeavors and all my conservation has been, don't give up pristine land. I mean, forget about the swamp, forget about this and that. You don't give up pristine land. And, and I'll just bore you with a quick poem by Standing Bear. Pristine and unspoiled land. I want to run real fast towards the sun, not looking back, and meet friendly people I've never seen, different, kind line faces, unclosed minds, beautiful stories to listen to, interesting experience that other people live day to day. Somewhere has changed, far from this mad, destructive scene. I sense and see, even when I close my eyes, more nature is forever gone. Every time I blink, it seems there won't be any trees left to give precious oxygen. I want to ride the knowing wind where it will take me, to clean, cool water we can all drink. I'll rush to the ends of Mother Earth until I find what I'm searching for, pristine, unspoiled land. Thank you.
I have a question. Are these the designs? I was traveling and I didn't go to the last workshop. Are these the designs from the, I took them off the website?
You got it from the website.
Okay.
Various
well,
phases. Okay.
Okay,
If you have a comment.
Okay, my comment is, they're over-engineered.
Please state.
Joanna Carrozza's 476 Provident Avenue. They're over-engineered. I mean, this is, you have to have the breakwaters to retain the sand that you're, the sand levels that you're raising up, it's like there's two kinds of people in this world. The ones that solve problems and the ones that make problems and then solve them. And I don't want to be associated with the second kind. I mean, all of us are going to live with this, and it's like we had a part in putting it through, and I think it's a really bad design. And that's all I'm going to say.
David, I'm going to go ahead and take your invitation here and comment on caucus surveys. And I'm looking at the 2022 survey.
Please state your name.
John Root, 326 Woodland. Very good. I'm looking at the 2022 caucus survey, question number 15. Please provide any comments about topics that you feel Winnetka Park District Board should be aware of. From question 18, you had 308 responses. And these were just people throwing out what they were thinking in general about the park department. Elder Centennial had about 149 of these responses. And I'm going to go ahead and focus on, again, things that have not been surveyed by the park department. First of all, there were 83 responses opposing the wall. Old news. But one person did vote for the wall. However, overwhelming votes against the wall. There were 21 responses to stop the swap. And there were 3 responses that said we should complete the swap. That's a 7-to-1 margin. Seems like people didn't want the swap who made comments. 22 responses were made to keep the dog beach on Centennial. 19 responses were to get rid of it. So we have a split here of bathers and dog park people. Again, we need to make some resolution of that issue. There were 7 responses to remove the paddle boards and kayaks from Elder, and there was 1 response saying, go ahead and put it there. 7-to-1 ratio. And then there were 17 responses to build a more natural beach design that was more popular than a 3-to-1 margin compared to your headland beach system. So actually, in the end, residents of Winnetka really don't think these issues are resolved. And I agree with the previous speakers. You need to have a caucus survey and address these questions and see if you have support for them. If you proceed with the plan, again, trying to get permits, finance, so forth and so on, without that support, I think you're headed for more failure.
Okay. All right, hey, you'll have another chance later in the meeting. Want to move on to approval of minutes, the consent agenda. Without objection, we'll act on the following items with a single vote. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. So moved. Well, including Committee of the Whole, March 9th, 2023 meeting minutes, Special Board, March 9th, 2023 meeting minutes, Closed Session, March 9th, 2023 meeting minutes, Regular Board, March 2023 minutes, and Closed Session, March 23rd, 2023 meeting minutes. Second?
I have for the meeting of March 9th, the regular meeting, open meeting March 9th, as well as the meeting of March 23rd. We are talking about people coming to speak, but we don't say what they spoke about. And on March 9th, we have Katie Stevens spoke regarding the Elder Centennial project, but we didn't say what she said. And it can be very quickly summarized, my recollection, that she continued to express her discontent
that the plan continues to ignore public comments. It would seem to me that we would want to put that in. The same comment was made during the March 23rd meeting. And then we had comments from many people who expressed their opposition to passing the 23 budget as presented, but we didn't say why they objected to passing the budget. It's my recollection that there was unanimous comment that they objected to it because there was no public prior notice, nor was there an opportunity to understand the breakout for the $9.5 million that was included in the capital project fund. If you recall, the ordinance just lumped it together at $9.5 million, but did not summarize where that $9.5 million came from. And then finally, I reluctantly voted against this budget only because of the capital project fund. And I said I couldn't support the $7.8 million for Elder and Centennial when the property exchange agreement had not been completed and we had a lawsuit that was pending. That was not reflected in these minutes. So I would like to suggest those changes.
I just want to make a comment. We circulate these minutes well in advance. We ask for board comments in advance of this meeting so that we can correct the minutes before the meeting. So that is a board policy. We have sought to get the minutes correct so that we don't have this. So I encourage you to please not come to the meeting with your comments, but have them submitted in advance so that we can correct them. And everyone has the opportunity, which everyone else has the same opportunity to address them. So please, I ask you to prepare this in advance so it doesn't come at the last minute and waste everybody's time. We can get these minutes to your satisfaction prior to the meeting.
Mr. President, I apologize for that. I have been overwhelmed, quite frankly, in reading about 6 years of caucus surveys, which I did. I read them word for word. I've been overwhelmed meeting with Mr. Catulus, who was kind enough to meet with me so I could understand these plans. And then I have spent a great deal of time in the last 48 hours trying to understand where the heck we're going to get $21.2 million. I'm sorry. From now on, I promise you, Denise, that I will do my best to review minutes in advance. I also have an objection to the executive session on March 23rd for something that was not included that I would like to discuss during executive session. Thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Please.
I thought that the board had previously discussed, I don't know if there was an official vote, there was an understanding that because of the video and audio, not the best quality, that the minutes would be not as detailed. Correct. So that was my understanding. That's why I believe, unless there's a bunch of really positive things in the minutes and then there's not anything that's necessarily negative, but I think that the minutes, as I have understood, and I believe other board members, that we are going with a lighter, more abbreviated version of minutes.
That was our decision, and we did it because we had so much back and forth on minutes, and we lost a couple staff people because of the length of the minutes. So we decided, given that we were recording and given that we had transcripts, that we would go ahead and make a bare bones minutes summary, and that we would have the video to support it. So we changed our strategy. People's names are sometimes included, sometimes not, I think, but the content of each of those comments is not necessarily included. It's too much, in my opinion, it's too much translation, and I prefer to encourage people to look at the raw data, which is the videotape, that gives you the full picture, rather than the summary.
We have had this conversation, and I'd like to echo your remarks, that when you put someone in charge of translating or distilling what another person said, invariably, you're gonna leave something out or make some subjective decisions. That's the reason why we simply cite this, so-and-so spoke, and the video is available immediately. It's available concurrently. So you can go see in context, and tone, all of the actual statement. That's why the minutes are as concise as they are. We've already been briefed by our attorney that these meet the standards, and with the video available, that's the policy.
What point do the minutes serve then? How does unless the public invests an hour to watch an hour-long thing, what access to meeting content
This
does the
isn't the
public
public,
have?
this is not your opportunity to speak, okay? This is a board discussion.
Is
Thank
my
you.
opportunity to
Yes, it
speak,
is.
sir? Okay. I've looked at the minutes of the village, and what's interesting is you can go back years and years and read minutes of the village, and you know what happened. You can read minutes from the village 2 months ago, and they are detailed enough to know at least what the subject line is. Here, I did not approve the budget for one reason. Well, actually two. One, the public hadn't seen what was included in the $9.5 million of the capital project fund, and I made that comment. That should be in the minutes. People reading this a year from now, she stated her approval of the budget as presented except for Fund 3700. They won't know what that means. I'm sorry, I think that's
Understood your
material.
comment. Does anybody else want to speak to this? So there's a motion made, second. Is there any, you wish to offer any concise amendments? Do you want to withdraw the minutes? What is your recommendation?
I thought I had suggested amendments. I'm sorry, I thought I had.
This is, again, why we're asking for them in advance, so we can get concise direction to staff to amend the minutes.
Warren, you don't have to reprimand people in that nature.
Excuse me. We're not taking public comment at this time.
I would just, I'd be concerned with,
Be kind.
it's no surprise that Colleen has cited Katie's comments, but I don't necessarily want to more articulate dissension in the minutes when we're not giving those that also spoke, perhaps also negatively or positively. I just think it's to pick one person or two people. I don't think that's particularly fair. This board has previously discussed, understood, and effectively approved that the minutes were going to be in this form. I am supportive of the minutes. We've made a motion, we've got a second. I agree with you, Warren. We've also, these should have been, any edits, I respect the fact that you've been very busy. They should have really been presented to Denise so that we could have made the edits before. So I think we should vote.
Do it now. One final comment. The only reason that Ms. Stevens was mentioned during the meeting of March 9th, she was the only member of the public who appeared and had a comment. And that is why she's mentioned. Again, I accept my reprimand with one exception. On the executive session minutes, I fully expect to be heard, and I expect these minutes to reflect what I said. So, very well.
Would you like to remove the closed session March 23rd?
Yes, please.
Okay, is anybody opposed to that?
Nope.
All right. So noting that we will remove the closed session March 23rd to be discussed in executive session, motion made, seconded, amended for approval of the other referenced minutes. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Root?
No.
Commissioner Siemens?
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you. Communications.
A wide number of communications from the Tribune and other related publications in the package, so we're gathering as many as we can, and more came in very recently that we'll make sure we add to the May 11th packet. Anything that comes in between now and May 11th, I try and aggregate and send to the commissioners accordingly with information on telephone numbers, emails, and addresses redacted, but we're providing that in a timely manner. That's it.
Good press on the egg hunt. Beautiful article on the egg hunt. Well attended. People love it.
John, do you want me to still monitor the WPD board email address, or are you now seeing those?
Yeah, we do see that.
What, you do see it? or
Yes,
you
we do,
don't?
yeah.
Okay,
So
okay,
Debbie sees it, as does Gracie.
okay,
So,
okay, good.
We're going to move on to unfinished business. Winnetka Golf Club update from Vince Suarez, Kemper Sports. First, you want to bring him in?
Yeah.
Gotta go to the bullpen.
Good evening, everybody.
Just talk a
We'll
little.
go without, I'll go without the microphone. So, good evening, everybody. Appreciate everybody's time. Just a quick introduction. Vince Suarez, Vice President of Operations with Kemper Sports. I've had the pleasure of meeting all of you before, so we really appreciate the time in front of the board. We're going to give a little update on the golf course, on the operations, and of course on the construction project. But I wanted to also introduce the team that I brought with me today. I think everybody knows Matt Johnson, our general manager. Matt's transition has gone extremely well. I just want to thank Matt for his professionalism, his commitment to Kemper Sports, and ultimately his commitment to the Winnetka Park District and the Winnetka Golf Club. It's been great having you on board. Andrew Garner, you have not had the pleasure to meet Andrew yet. Andrew is our Director of Agronomy. Andrew came to us from Harborside International, a 36-hole property down in Chicago. He's been in the golf industry and the turf business for over 25 years. We're thrilled to have Andrew join us, and he'll give the update on agronomy tonight. Mary Kate Walsh, I think you've all met Mary Kate. Mary Kate is our Regional Sales and Marketing Director. Works very closely with Matt and the team on sales and marketing for the golf club. She'll give a short, brief update on marketing. And we've got Dave Rowley, our regional agronomist. Dave works hand in hand with Andrew and with DeMayo and with, of course, with Costa on the construction project. So operational overview this evening, we're going to talk a little bit about the range update. We're going to talk a little bit about the fitting days that we have coming up. We're going to give an update on PGA Hope. We'll talk a little bit about teaching and learning. We'll go through the Frequent Fairways program, which is a Kemper Sports proprietary program in Chicagoland. We'll give an update a little bit on golfer services and talk a little bit about the open house. So I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and we'll give some detail on all of them.
Excellent, well, thank you. So I guess to start with, we've got a slide up here with the open house, and this is an event we have planned for May 13th. We've run some of these in the past, but hoping to showcase the driving range. We've got a bunch of events planned with Targets. We've got a fitting day going on. Titleist is coming out, along with some merchandise and dispensers that we can get FootJoy, and people can see trunk show activities there. Moving forward, we've got Discover Golf, who we brought in as our third-party service for instructional component. They've been fantastic. The weather's obviously been a little challenging, but they've been fighting through the cold and the rain, and been running a great program there. And we have a video here that we'd like to cue up for you guys.
Got to go. Cut the commercial. Let's try to go. There we go. Where's your? Oh.
Okay.
You had it. You had it.
And we then they can hit the sound at the bottom too.
Switch up the plug in, yeah.
Play it one more time if you don't mind, Kyle.
Yep.
Here we go. I'm in that double again, I'm in that flow again. Switch up the plug in, yeah.
So Discover Golf, just a little background on Discover Golf. Discover Golf is Richard Franklin out of Lake Forest. We've been using Richard for the last 12 seasons up in Lake Forest. He's taught down at Desert Mountain as well. He's the Golf Digest top 50 under 30 instructors. He really puts a great gamified program together for the youth. Everybody from the little 6, 7, 8-year-olds all the way up to your high school players. Richard played on the Canadian Tour for a while. He's an excellent golfer. He would never mention that to you, so I will. He's a great player. He doesn't play as often as he used to, but he really relates to the kids and puts great programs together for them. So we're thrilled to have him at Winnetka.
Excellent. So just to update you on the driving range. Obviously, the driving range, we got open on the 15th of April. We're up and going. We're still working in conjunction with the rec department to make sure that we're monitoring the usage of the stalls and mindful of the outdoor activities on the fields over there. And then we've got some other activities planned where we're going back. We've got fitting days lined up where we have a unique partnership lined up with Callaway Golf, where they're going to be making 8 appearances out at the golf club on a regular basis. We had our first one last night where even in 45-degree weather we had 6 fittings out there, so it was pretty productive. And it's a unique thing with them relative to where they've operated out of Pine Meadow Golf Club. So we feel like this could be a great partnership going forward with our location in the city and getting that area of the business going a lot more. And then we also have some other things where, like Golfer Services, we're going to have some food and beverage, but it's going to be like prepackaged stuff. We've got a account set up with Pepsi, Tesla Produce we've got coming in for prepackaged foods in the clubhouse for Bridges up to the next season when we get the restaurant up and going and have more activity going on over there. And then, I guess, we also are running some other programs where we've got we have PGA Hope coming in, which is a program through the PGA American initiative with them to provide access to military veterans to the golf club. And it's instructed by PGA professionals. 3 of us at the golf club have all gone for training in that field to get geared up into how to help the veterans and how to interact with them and effectively coach them. So they'll be coming out. We've just recently, it's not on here, I made a relationship with Mike DiBartolo, who's the one who's run Parkinson's events around here. So we're going to have, he's coming out in conjunction with Linda Egan, who's at Northwestern University and runs their Parkinson's program. And so we're going to be running clinics for them as well on Wednesday evenings. And I think they've got 6 or 8 sessions set up for them so far. And I guess lastly for you guys, the Kemper Fairways or Kemper Frequent Fairways program we talked about. Proprietary program for Kemper. We're trying to drive more business around to the different properties, but basically people sign up, they have an app on their phone. When they come to the golf club and they make a certain purchase at our club, the requirement is $26 to purchase 2 large buckets at one time, and they receive rewards for these. So as you go along and progress, your second reward or second star, you get a sleeve of balls. 4th one is a free cart, and ultimately, if you get all 6, Callaway throws them a party with one person from that party being sent to Carlsbad for a unique fitting opportunity.
And before we turn it over to marketing, I just want to touch base a little bit on PGA Hope and circle back. So PGA Hope is being supported by 10 total facilities within the state of Illinois. 5 of those facilities are Kemper Sports facilities. We've got Bolingbrook, Harborside, Winnetka, Taft, and Cantini all participating in PGA Hope. I'm happy to report that all 5 sites are at capacity, so we can't take any additional players, which is great. But you guys should be on the lookout. There'll be some exciting information coming down to all of our clients on some expanded programs within PGA Hope that we're going to do. We have some year-end events planned for all 5 of our facilities. We've got some pretty unique tea gifts that we're going to be giving away to the veterans. And it's really a chance for all of our facilities to say thank you to those that have served the country. So we're really excited to participate. We're thrilled to have Winnetka participating as well. I'm going to kick it over to Mary Kate.
Perfect. So marketing update, just a few things to touch on. So we've been continuously updating the website. So most recently we added content for Discover Golf, so photos, videos, content there, as well as renovation updates. So we have a dedicated page for that where we add videos, photos, as well as some copy on what's happening each month with the project. We launched an informational interview video series, so hopefully you've seen a couple of those posted in the newsletters and on social media, as well as on the website. So the first one was a golf course construction update, just a high-level overview. Matt was in the second one where he talked about instruction, programming, and events. And then we'll be releasing another one here in a couple weeks where Vince will talk about our Kemper Sports partnership, highlight frequent fairways again, and a few of our other programs. So we're continuing to do a monthly newsletter as well. That went out this afternoon, so hopefully that hit everyone's inboxes. And in that one, we're excited to start sharing another monthly golf course construction update. So we have hired a local drone company that has a background in golf course drone work as well as various construction projects to come out once a month to film just high-level overview of what's happening, as well as a time-lapse video for every month, so that we'll have that to release on all of our social media channels and some press releases and whatnot throughout the project. And then just continuing with Pro Tip Tuesdays, so Matt's been in videos every week, as everybody has seen, providing just some instructional tips. We're going to start to do some ones we'll probably get Andrew involved. I haven't told him yet, but probably some stuff on the course and some grounds tips and things like that to try to diversify the content a bit. And then just these two screenshots here are just from a monthly marketing report that we have where we look at our statistics for the website as well as social media.
Perfect. I think we have a short video to play on the video series.
For being open, we'll have the golf shop open for people to come get supplies, so they can get golf balls, gloves, shoes. But also the driving range will be open, so people can come interact with the golf club and maintain that connection during the construction. We're really excited. 2023 is going to be an excellent opportunity for our junior program. We're bringing in Richard Franklin and Discover Golf. He comes from Deer Path Golf Club. He has an award-winning program. He's recognized by Golf Magazine in the top 50 programs in the junior program, and he's going to really flourish under him. This summer at the Winnetka Golf Club, we'll have private instruction available for folks anytime. They just need to call into the golf shop to request a time, and then we can assign an instructor to their request. As part of the driving range experience, we will have fitting days with all the major companies. We have Callaway Golf coming out. We have Titleist Golf coming out. We're going to have trunk shows in the golf shop, which will be exciting. And then we'll also have experiential trips where we're taking customers to different locations around the country to Kemper properties to be able to play golf and enjoy those experiences. The food and beverage operation during the 2023 season will be a little more limited. We're looking to do prepackaged foods and have vending available for folks. Once we move into 2024, that's when we'll get the food and beverage operation up and fully going when we anticipate the opening of the golf course coming up. I think the exciting part is the golf course. I think the golf course is going to be terrific when we get through this project. More than anything, we're looking forward to a terrific product when we're done here at Winnetka.
Movie star.
Nicely done, Matt.
Can I get your
We knew you went.
So moving on, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew for a brief update on the construction.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. You know, this is an exciting time for Winnetka and the golf course during this renovation project. And really just kind of getting mobilized here in April and getting going here in 2023 and really starting to take on the core part of this project and renovating the golf course. Started out with a lot of bridge work right out of the gate, the end of March, and they've taken it through. They've completed four of the 7 bridges right now. These are all new construction bridges. These are not bridges that are being replaced. So they've already completed these bridges, and these are also the longest spanning bridges that we have out there. So they were able to come in and take care of this process in a very quick manner. So it was good to watch that process and seeing those bridges built in person. So can't wait for you guys to walk across and kind of see the new landscape. The cart path construction has been underway since earlier this month. Same thing with the cart path construction. They've completed roughly 4,000 linear feet of cart paths just in the undercut and putting the sub base down. There's still continued no asphalt down yet, but the preparations for the asphalt is down and starting to work towards that. And like I said, they are on schedule with that, completing several hundred feet of cart paths a day. The excavating and earthwork is moving along just fine. Everything is on schedule right now. really working on the north half of the golf course, 2, 3, 7, 12, 13, 14, kind of the perimeter holes of the golf course. And then they'll start to fill in the middle and work towards 18 and the new pond on 18 as well. Moving dirt and clay and the native soils around. Exciting project out there. It's great to kind of see what's going on each and every day. So can't wait for you all to see the project. The pictures kind of help do it a little bit of justice, but in person it's quite a sight. So thank you again.
And I think it's important to mention that the project right now is on schedule. That's an important part of this, that it get done, completed on time. As Andrew said, they're making their way right now from north to south. So right now they're over on 2 in that area. That they'll start making their way to the south side here shortly. So all that construction along number 2 will start to fade away. Of course, there's still going to be some irrigation work and some other work that has to be done over on number 2 in that north side. But the heavy equipment will start to make its way to other parts of the golf course. So yeah, it's great that it's on time. I think the other important thing to mention has to do with the seeding. You know, we're going to be seeding the golf course at some point here. So, you know, just to let everybody know how that gets done, and Dave chime in here, we'll use a slit seeder for the fairways. So the fairways will be slit seeded, so the seed will actually be injected into the fairways, so there won't be any airborne seed flying about for the fairways. And then for the greens and tees, we'll use a drop seeder. So the seed will actually start to drop in that area, and it's very defined area.
Yeah, absolutely. Bent grass is very, very small. The seeds themselves, they're really tiny. So there's no way to actually broadcast into the air the bent grass seed. It would blow all over the place, which is I know is a concern. I remember the first night we were here with Rick. I think a neighbor asked me about it when we were after the meeting, and you know, the concern about contamination and things like that. So the methodology behind applying seed and seeding tees, greens, fairways is the seed is literally on the ground the whole time. And then on the greens and the tees, it gets dragged into the grass canopy, also into aerification holes. So it's never out in the air, in the open for wind to take it away. Which is, obviously we don't want that because we want the seed where we want it. We want it on the fairway. We don't want it in a rough either. So we want it in the fairways. We want it only on the greens and the tees.
Yeah. Some of the other questions that have been asked of us are, what are you doing to the fairways? So some of those fairways are being raised to get out of the floodplain, and obviously that's intentional. That's part of the plan. And some of those fairways are also being contoured towards the drain so that the water can be drained off site. So
right, if you were to look out there now, you're going to see a lot of fairways with soil, clay material on top of them. Some of it could be 3 feet, some of it could be 2 feet. It's all different, and it's not finished at this point. They stockpile things in certain places and move it later. There's a method to the madness out there, which is amazing to me when you think about everything that's going on, and they know exactly where they're putting everything. But there's math involved with the amount of material that is removed to create the waterway, the pond on 18, and everything. All of that material will be used on site, and there really shouldn't be any extra material. So everything comes out of that, stays on site, and they're using it to level the fairways, number one, because they were very, very bumpy and not graded very well back in 1917, which I guess you can't blame them. But the idea is to create flow, water flow. Fairways aren't being raised, very much. They're being raised enough to create ground flow, to get water to move to drains that are being installed, to get water to move to retention areas that are being created. It's not necessarily, you're not going to have a big fairway up here and then the rough is down here. That's not what it's going to look like. It's going to be very subtle.
So moving on, I think it's important to talk a little bit about where we're at financially. And along with this, You know, the project is really in full swing as we start the season. Everything's gotten moving, so you'll see a little bit more of us. We'll be at each board meeting, and if you'd like an update, we'd be happy to give one at the next couple of board meetings. Revenues are on target. They're 27,000 favorable to budget revenues. Obviously, we've seen some great cost savings, both operational expenses and payroll. 55,000 favorable year-to-date in payroll, and 32,000 year-to-date in operating expenses. Gives us an EBITDA that is 115,000 favorable to budget right now. And I think that's an important number as we look to continue to drive cost savings, as you never know what might pop up along this project. So we continue, and really thanks to Matt, who continues to watch payroll, continues to watch operating expenses, and really operate the facility very fiscally sound. One thing that we had talked about previously with the board was golf carts. We had made the statement that we would come back at some point on golf carts. You know, golf carts, like all major equipment right now, is a year out or thereabouts. So it's time to start thinking about what to do when the golf course opens in 2024. Your current golf carts are from 2013. Great job by Matt, great job by the team. They're 10 years old, but they've really reached their life cycle. And you know, with the significant investment that's being put into the golf course, it's our recommendation that we put in investment to the golf carts. But I think it's very important to say that this is an operational expense, that this would be going to the operational budget of the golf course, absorbed in the financials of the golf course. But you know, given the amount of money that we would be spending over the course of 5 years, we felt it was important to at least go to Costa and Kyle and John and let them know what the bids were coming in at. So we went to 3 of our vendors. We asked for 3 things. We asked for cash price, we asked for fair market value lease price, and we asked for conditional sale price. Conditional sale being a $1 buyout, where Winnetka Golf Club and the Winnetka Park District would own the golf carts at the end of the lease term. We also asked for the prices for 65 lithium carts. You currently have gas carts. We feel it's important to go with lithium. You know, gas carts are very noisy. They're not great for the environment. When you start talking about a high-end facility, you really start talking about electric. You really start talking about lithium. We're recommending to go with E-Z-GO. E-Z-GO came in at the low bid for a 60-month conditional lease. They came in at $561,000 and change. I think it's important to note that the trade-in value is not included in that conditional lease price. We do show the trade-in value of the carts up here. What the various companies offered for the trade-in on the 50 carts you have now. Yes, ma'am.
What's the range? Why is there such a wide range in evaluation of our existing cart fleet?
That's a good question. So
like 50% difference.
Yeah. Each one of these companies treats their sales differently. So and right now, they're buying for the business, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so they're going to give a price, and this is just a guess, right? They haven't seen the carts, so they still need to come and look at the carts. They still need to come and evaluate the carts, and that price could change. What we would recommend doing is most likely, and this is getting a little bit into the weeds, but most likely not even trading these carts in to any one of these vendors, but to allow us to go sell them on the third-party market.
Yeah, because I know we talked about that before
Yeah.
we started. Yeah.
And that's what we would do. And we would sit there, we would go and negotiate the price with some of the local vendors. We know who they are. We do it all the time. And then be able to go to Kyle and Costa and John and you all and say, here's the best price we're able to get for the trade-in value. We also looked at GPS. GPS being the touchscreen monitor, showing distance to and from the hole, geo-fencing the property so that if it's golf cart only, if it's cart path only days, the carts can stay on the path. The GPS units have food and beverage ordering, they have advertising capabilities. So we looked at all of that and factored that into the price as well. And EasyGo comes in at the lowest dollar value, which equates to about 64 cents a round, is what it equates to. Yes, ma'am?
Price per card.
I'm sorry?
The price, what was the price per card?
Rental price, 18 and it's going to 22, right?
I'm sorry?
The price per card? The price to rent a car for a round is 18.
No, the price per card for the costs.
Before you factor in the GPS and everything, it's roughly around 7,000 a card. $470,000.
And is there still a back order on the charging stations?
There's a back order on the carts themselves.
Yeah.
So what we have the ability to place the order at any point. We have to make the final decision by July 1st, what we want to do. So we could place the order today, we could place the order tomorrow, we could get ourselves in the queue, and then we have till July 1st to make any changes.
So what you're recommending is a 60-month conditional lease, meaning we are not making a lump sum payment.
Correct.
And you are intending that the cash flow from operations will exceed the monthly cost of the carts?
Correct. Yep.
I just have one comment. I don't think I've been to a meeting this year that golf hasn't asked for more money or more investment. I just think the board should think about, we're not even sure if the course is going to open up on time. On schedule, start seating, fantastic. I would suggest that I'd like to see this thing open, even with 50 old carts, or maybe we can do half and half, something like that. Half new, half old, because we have potential investment on our beachfront. This is a significant investment. I just think if we...
I'm not sure we're on the same page. The question I just asked, we're talking about a conditional lease. So we're not expending you're not recommending expending money up front.
Correct.
You're just saying...
So
This would be a
if we bought them outright, it'd be $445,000. Under the conditional lease, it's $93.50 a month. And you're telling us they're gonna generate more revenue from the cart leasing fees.
But there's an assumption that the course opens.
Okay, that is valid, and I think that we should know that if you place the order in July, and by August, we'll know by August, right? That we either seeded in or not, that we will be open. We have the flexibility of saying, hold off.
Can we hold off for 6 months? Can you delay? Can you say, we changed our mind, we're out?
Just delay.
My recommendation would be that we place the order now. We visit where we're at come July 1st and give an answer to our vendor on July 1st and/or ask the question on July 1st. We need another month to find out if we're going to be able to open in 2024. Can you grant us that?
We hired you as the experts in this business, so we're listening to your advice. You're not recommending an outright purchase. Okay.
Well, but next year we have budgeted a $900,000 operating loss. That's not a Kemper number. That was prior to Kemper coming on. So I don't know what the operating budget loss is. That's before capitals for golf. It's a substantial loss again next year, less than this year, because it will hopefully be kind of open. I want to make sure that we're not, again, I'll be off the board, but I just want to make sure that we're not entering into a contract. It might seem like not a lot a month, but it's a substantial amount of operating increase. I just think that we ought to keep as much optionality as possible. We have no idea what's going on with Elder Centennial. I just want optionality, and I would not want to make a commitment, even if it were $12,000 a month, My thoughts.
I will say this as well. The carts would not be delivered until at least June of next year. And the carts that we have would not be sold until at least these carts were delivered. So it's a little bit of a timing game there to make sure that we can work with our vendor, EasyGo, who's they're one of our national partners. So we do have some leverage when it comes to dealing with them to make sure that the timing is such that the carts are delivered before we open, but not several months before we open, so we're incurring $9,000, $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 a month in payments.
And we had,
'Cause I hear you.
we had prior discussion here regarding transformers and electric service, and we are all set with that?
To that extent, our current service that we have at the clubhouse, we'll be able to pull from that to power this fleet without additional large costs in regards to transformer. We still will need to directionally bore over the power, reduce it down in service, and bring that power in and distribute it within the facility itself, the cart barn. So we will still need to do that. I have a quote right now from a mechanical engineer to do that preliminary work to put together the plan so I can go get cost estimates on that.
Okay.
The second piece to that is what additional requirements will be required by the village in regards to life safety. Concerns around lithium-ion batteries and the potential fire hazards that those are and how to put out those fires are a concern that they are reviewing now, and we're going to get some answers on how to proceed moving forward. So we understand what other costs are going to come along with this. And those costs would come along regardless if we do lithium-ion, lead acid, or continue with a gasoline fleet.
So we still have some time to give this further consideration. You'll come back with more information?
I will come back with more information, but my recommendation, along with Vince, would be to get in queue so we don't miss the window come opening.
Yeah.
Like Vince had said, we don't have to make a determination. We can kick the can come July, and say, hey, we're not ready. We're kicking the can.
And I would also emphasize that timing is the main factor in this conversation. Commissioner Seaman, I hear the what-if concern, and that is a real what-if concern. However, with the timing as it is, if we what-if the process of getting into the queue and are delayed on delivery of these lithium carts and choose to open with a gas fleet, we run a large risk of tearing up a new course because we will not be able to geofence these carts as we are protecting right now. And that is a what if that we can't fix. We can what if additional dollars, as challenging as that would be, but we cannot what if a renovation of this course that.
Does everybody know what geofencing is?
Yes.
Okay.
So hold on, we have a $275,000 budgeted item in the 2024 capital budget for golf. Okay? What is that number? What does that number represent? Or what's included in that number? Because that's, obviously I factor that into my analysis of, well, is this a new budgetary item for build out of electrical supply needs for these carts? But there's a $275,000 item. That might be too high, it might be too low, I don't know.
I don't have that in front of me, but we can get back to that. It's all part of the consideration.
My other question is there any potential revenue to be extracted out of the cart fleet in the down year?
In the down year right now?
No, not selling them early, renting them out.
Interesting you should say that. Yes, depending on, it's the transportation of them.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Got it.
I've been approached by a couple different golf courses in the last 48 hours saying we need to rent carts.
Yeah, okay.
So the answer is yes, but we need to transport. And then the question is, do we want to do that and have another golf course take those carts and have potential damage or whatever?
And just risk deterioration and or failure to return.
Yeah. My recommendation would be to at least place the order, put it in the queue, and we monitor where we're at from the standpoint of the construction project, from the standpoint of where we're at with the life safety items, and continue to have discussions about the overall finances of it, and we can always cancel it.
And we don't place
We
it.
can't cancel.
Yeah, we have
Free option.
we have till July 1st to
Cancel.
make any changes to that we
And
want.
potentially after that date.
Potentially after that.
And we need, the pieces of information we need are the costs for the electrical, the life safety regulations from the village, and
Jim thinks it's the 275 for the build out of the electrical supply for the electric cars.
And Commissioner Seaman, just to give you a little bit, and everybody, a little bit more information on why these companies are allowing folks to cancel. Because while they're bidding these carts,
Yeah.
this is a guess on interest rates for them. This is, assuming that they have no supply issues. All of these quotes come in saying, we reserve the right to change our prices.
I
And
saw
thus,
that.
of course, we reserve the right to cancel.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you back out what their interest rate assumption is in there?
They varied. One was 8.75, one was 9.5. I tried to get them all the same, but they didn't do it that way.
Got it. That was my,
It wasn't enough to be material.
not, but the absolute level is
Right.
staggering, especially for leasing versus buying.
Correct. Any additional questions?
I just have a comment. So I met Andrew 2 days ago. And if first impressions mean anything, we are going to be in phenomenal shape in terms of the maintenance of this golf course. This man, on his own, has taken up initiatives on the golf course that have never been done before, that have been asked for years. And he's out there doing it on his own. And I went out and looked at it yesterday. Awesome job, Andrew. He's got enthusiasm, he's pumped up, he's ready to do stuff. He has a plan for how he's gonna maintain the course. We're in good hands.
Yeah, he's been great. And there's some other items coming down the pipeline as well for the maintenance side that we'll announce at some point, but some environmental sustainability programs and stuff like that, so.
Fantastic. Further questions or comments?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to draft of an intergovernmental agreement with the Winnetka School District 36. Kyle?
Thank you. The draft as it stands today is in the hands of our legal counsel with Robin Schwartz. This is being reviewed for any legal considerations. This is the second time they've walked through this draft. We had this move through once about a year ago to get the ball moving. They're working through it again. There is the opportunity to add an additional item to the IGA. That would be in the form of an agreement relative to the Crow Island Woods land that is used for the playground currently. Commissioners have the opportunity to go into the internal folder in Diligent Community to view photos of the land that is in discussion. For a reference point, we're speaking about the playground that is on the northwestmost corner of Crow Island Woods, nearest the log cabin and Willow Road. So if you have any questions about those pictures, we have a chance to see it. Gracie Durham did a great job getting the drone up after getting approval to take the pictures. So that is in there. If you have comments or questions for the draft IGA as it sits, I think it serves our needs very well. It's a great example of partnership. And we will bring it back to the board once we have feedback from legal counsel.
Good comments?
I did have a couple of questions, just as Steve is reviewing it, is 3 years like the normal term for these kinds of agreements? Is that shorter, is that longer? To me, it seemed like you guys have done a heck of a lot of work for a 3-year term.
The intent is to keep it to 3 years because our world will look very different in 3 years once the referendum work at District 36 is completed or close to being completed. So if there's opportunity for us to do better or opportunity where we can change and work a little differently, we want to make sure we have the flexibility to do that.
Okay. Should I give a quick news update now? Is this relevant?
If it's relevant, sure,
Yeah, okay.
please, and I have a few comments as well.
I attended the D36 special committee meeting where they reviewed the Crow Island plans, and They look great. It was so exciting to see all the new school board members there, getting information ahead of their swearing in. And, they're looking at different placement of the gym. They also had their security consultant there talking about some other upgrades under consideration. And so it was all pretty exciting. Regarding the playground, they said that they were amenable. Dr. Chess said they were amenable to a lease or license as well. So it was pointed out specifically for me because I was there. But it all looks very exciting, and the referendum is moving along on track. They got approval, I think, for the Humber Woods project in the last couple of weeks. So,
Very good.
yeah. Thanks for all the work on the IGA. I mean, I know it's been
Yeah,
it's been really hard. So
Yeah, for the audience, I want to recognize the hard work by staff to codify, to distill in writing the relationship that we've had with D36. We use their facilities, they use ours. We cut their grass, we plow their lots, we allow parking. So there's a great connection, interconnection, so that we're not wasting taxpayer dollars. But to distill it to writing, what we've done was a little bit more of a labor. As D36 has proceeded with their Crow Island plans, they have come to the board and asked for an additional parcel of land so that the proposed gymnasium would be on their property and not exceed onto ours. Otherwise, they have to kind of compromise and make a lesser plan. In so doing, we observed that the first grade playground has existed for, I don't know, past 50 years on Park District property without any, neither party could find a written agreement that codified that. So the suggestion is at this time to put that into this agreement, recognizing that D36 uses Park District property, has used it for the purpose of the first grade playground. There will be a future consideration by this board of whether or not to actually convey that land, as another piece of information that D36 security consultant is recommending that they erect a fence around the perimeter as a part of their overall security plan that would come with the balance of the improvements. So we suggest that the consideration of actual conveyance be deferred to a later time when we discuss the conveyance of the smaller 8,000 square foot that they're asking for the gymnasium improvements. And then there's the other matter of the village of Winnetka acquiring 1205 Sunset in connection with the stormwater project, which is at the southwest corner of the Crow Island Woods. In an ideal world, that land gets conveyed to the Park District as becomes part of Crow Island Woods, subject to the necessary and appropriate stormwater easement, and then we give D36 what they need to envelop their campus on their property, and we all move forward in a collaborative manner. That's what's been put out there. Obviously, all three boards, we need to play nice to make that happen.
So Colleen also attended the meeting. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add, or did
You covered the fence
Yeah,
one,
the
and I
fence
wanted
was
to
the
cover
other.
the fence. And that brings it with it, we've talked with Costa about that, it brings with it some issues, so.
So I would love to see that piece or that paragraph inserted regarding first grade playground so that this is a more complete document.
Just recognizing that they are using the first grade.
Yeah, it's a 3-year term, and then we get the right indemnifications that are already contained in here. Yeah, contained in here, but applying to that land.
And that use.
In that use, yep, great. All right, any further comment or discussion?
Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah.
So, no, I just to echo Lauren's comment, I mean, like, if you look at our old park board minutes, I mean, this IGA has been vexing for, like, since the beginning of time, so it was a heavy lift, and so I know it was not without some angst and some frustration,
No,
but really, it's great that it's, like, to this point, so.
It's a work by a number of people over a number of years, and it'll be a great accomplishment for the village.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to stormwater construction update. Costa?
Not much to elaborate on beyond what Kemper already reviewed this evening. Once again, things are thriving on the golf course. Conditions have been favorable. We never really got a hard frost in winter. That hasn't slowed anything down, but they were able to continue through. As the Mayo team, along with their subcontractor for Wadsworth Golf, continues on the golf course project, we're always working hand in hand to make sure that the deliverables are made aware of any issues as they come up. Andrew's been doing a great job, and now that he's been brought on as part of the liaison team for that, so there's been a definite connection with that, so that's a great piece to have as well. Continue on, and hopefully we can get this all done well within the time to get C down by the September 15th deadline. So yes.
Great. All right, stormwater change orders, AUP 7A, 8A. May I have a motion to approve change order AUP 7A for the amount of $44,630 to be expensed in its entirety, and to approve AUP 8A with the do not exceed amount of $178,371 for the 6-inch undercut as required to install the cart path as presented. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Costa.
Warren, thank you. As discussed previously with the park board, a couple different occasions, there has been a concern in regards to certain areas of unsuitable soil conditions on the golf course that we worry about the longevity of the cart path as it's placed. Working with Rick Jacobson and identifying the routing of the golf course, or excuse me, the cart paths on the golf course, there's not a lot of opportunity to move those in large degrees. So unfortunately, because of the geo out there in regards to soil conditions, there's only certain things that we can and can't do. With that being said, the concerns of not only installing it, because the cart path itself is defined for carts, and if we go with the lithium ion option, those in themselves are about 284 pounds, I believe, lighter than the lead acid, so just by design, they're a lighter cart. But the concern is to be able to get the truck traffic out there to actually get the paving done, and that's a concern for us to be able to bring that equipment across to actually do this. On 2 occasions, we went out there and we observed proof rolls. Proof roll is something that the contractors use to make sure that the final cut of soil will meet the conditions at hand. Both of those times that we did that in the location, the proof roll did fail. So based on the last recommendation from the park board, we did reach out to our engineering group, TSC, to come out and advise us as well. That recommendation was set forth on the last 2 Thursdays ago. We had them out on the following Friday. If the board would like to review a copy of their recommendation, I'll hand that out here tonight. Long story short, we're looking for an additional 6-inch of cut. There is, in the report you'll read that there are suggestions around a deeper cut in areas that don't meet the cone testing where it would be in addition to, but once again, that's going off of an IDOT spec. These cart paths are designed to handle a cart load, and with that taken into consideration, staff, along with the engineering team in the field and the contractor, are comfortable to put the underlayment fabric in as part of the geofabric to secure the binder course, and then be able to put the stone on top of that in an additional 6-inch lift undercut of CA6. The cost to do this, as Warren suggested in the motion, AUP is $44,630. That's to do every square foot, or in this case, a square yard of the cart path with the underlayment. That is something that's going to allow us to keep that separation from that stone permeating down into the soil and going through that layer. That's something that's typically done in these kind of applications. Once again, trying to be very fiscally minded on the front side of this. We always take a look in hindsight in things that we probably shouldn't include on the back side. So that was something that was a recommendation, and we're looking to move forward with. The second is a not to exceed of $178,371 for the installation of an additional undercut of 6 inches for CA6. On the site already, we've run into issues where it's required and where it's not required. About the same capacity, about the 4,000 linear feet that Andrew made a comment on earlier, half of it needed it, half of it didn't. So already, we're not gonna expend the full amount because there's already been about 2,000 linear feet that we don't need it.
What's the total lineal footage of the cart path?
Sure, the total linear foot of the cart path, I have it here, 1 second, apologize. But that's broken down in square yards. I can do some math.
Sure.
Basically, it's a little over 2 miles. I think it's like 2.2
So
miles.
you have 10,000 feet, or a little more than 10,000 feet, and we've got 4,000 already done?
Well, out of the 2,000 miles, we're moving through it, yes. Or the 2.2 miles, give or take, yes, we're moving through it.
Okay.
So, but as suggested, we're not gonna need to use that in its entirety everywhere, because looking through that and having TSC come out and review the field data and going through their cone test on that, we took a couple samples in other areas where the excavation was not completed yet and compaction wasn't done, and we are still getting pretty strong readings at surface level, only to suggest that the base level would be even stronger. So at this point, we're confident with the numbers that are being presented. Unfortunately, the initial due diligence that we did on the course, you can only get a snapshot with the soil borings done over the course based on the information at hand. You're taking a snapshot column of 6 inches in one location, trying to, try to read that and simulate that throughout the entire course, something that's very hard to do.
Are there questions for Costa?
I just had a question on the agreement. Is this charge coming to us from DeMayo directly, or is it billed back to the village? Because I didn't quite understand when
Sure.
it was a little, just want to make sure it's clear.
You'll see as we get to agenda item 8.6 that there's a letter that we're going to refer to if both of these pass, this one and AUP 14 as well. The way that would work, it would be a direct pass-through through the DeMayo to the Park District, as long as Park District agrees to fully fund this, which I'm looking for tonight, and signs off on the agreement. As long as that's signed, then it would pass through where we would be billed, we would pay the village, and then the village would pay DeMayo, or fully on that. So it would still pass through the project because it needs to be accounted for, because this is a change order to that, but it would be as a pass-through from the village.
Okay, hence the letter.
The letter of
The signed letter
acceptance.
of the village,
Right.
okay.
So.
Other questions?
No, thank you, Costa.
All right, so there's a motion and second. No further discussion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rath?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Moving on to 8.5, Stormwater Change Order AUP 14. May I have a motion to approve change order AUP 14 from DeMayo Brothers for an amount not to exceed $281.04.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Back to you, Costa.
Warren, thank you. As previously presented and as budgeted for through the Kemper budget that was approved in January, the board had already approved an allotment for this expense to the tune of $315,000. This was to complete the greenside bunkers that was anticipated to be done over the course of 2 years, last year into this year, through basically value engineering, through the staff of the Park District and the Kemper team. Unfortunately, due to timing, loss of personnel, and not being able to replace personnel because of not being able to find qualified applicants, we had to cut that vision short, and that's hence the reason we came back to the board for an exchange order to complete this through a third party on the course. Through our first round of due diligence, we were anticipating bringing in an additional third party to the construction, and it was basically reviewed by the village that they would rather see the current team of DeMayo and Wadsworth complete that service for us. There was concerns around timing to be able to do that. This is all reviewed, and you'll notice on the AUP 14 as noted the bottom line of line item C, all work will be completed per contract schedule. So this takes in consideration the contract schedule to date, and will have no disruption in regards to being able to facilitate this work and complete it within the allotment of the contract as it so exists today. So the September 15th seating and be able to accomplish all that, this will not weigh in on any of that to delay the project. team is confident that they can accomplish that. The other thing that I want to note the board that this takes into consideration is the removal of the old sand. Once again, that was something that was identified as a cost, wasn't broadcasted in the initial, because once again, that was something that staff could feel that they could do to help reduce that operational cost. Where we're at with the project and the amount of material that's coming out, to be able to spread that on the golf course, it just makes sense to put that on the contractor with the equipment and machinery they have to facilitate that work. So I know that the way that the memo reads, the staff is looking for approval of AUP from DeMail Brothers from Elk Grove Village, Illinois, for the amount not to exceed $385,281.04. I'm looking for approval of the AUP 14 to that extent, but understanding that the board has already approved the $315,000 and the supplementary dollars of $70,281.04 is going to come out of the operational budget for this year on golf. We're now coming back for an additional influx of cash from the park board, from other facilities, talking with Kemper, Vince, and his team. We're going to find the dollars and make it work out of the already approved 2023 budget. So this is more of a formality to approve it, so I can have the authorization to move forward with the letter and then get the approval to execute with the village.
Questions? Comments?
So we got good news from Kemper tonight, I apologize, on the operating performance. Right?
$114,000 to the good.
So we've got 75 more here, potentially, right, not to exceed 385.
70,000, yeah, 70,000
Yes, 70,000.
change, yes.
So again, I just the way I see it, and on my spreadsheet, we had $1.7 million of major capitals for golf budgeted in 2023.
Correct.
With both of these change orders, I see it as now 1.9 to $2 million.
Basically, yeah, it's $2 million because it's about 300,000 when you add in what's already not accounted for with the 315.
Okay.
I want to reiterate, we're working with the village. The village is in control of this job. It is their desire, and we agree, one contractor should be running this job. There's way more downside if we miss the seeding window than upside of saving, $70,000 to have somebody else do it. Can't put another contractor out on the job site. There's got to be one GC running the job. I fully agree with the village's recommendation and support this authorization. So, there's no further discussion, roll call?
Commissioner Archambault?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Moving on to letter of support for funding items 8.4 and 8.5. Costa?
Warren, thank you. As presented to the board in the packet, and for a quick summary review, as we just previously discussed on agenda items 8.4 and 8.5, this is basically taking that information and putting it in writing that the park district is going to pay for these in their entirety. Identifying the agreement between the two parties, the Village of Winnetka and the Winnetka Park District, putting together a letter of agreement on the stormwater project as far as responsibilities of who's going to pay for what. Essentially, the bare bones of this is solidifying that the Park District will pay for these improvements in their entirety of $608,204. Yes, $608,282.04. That's the combined price for AUP 7A, AUP 8A, and AUP 14. Now, it might seem, the 600,000, but once again, the 315 is coming from the existing budget, and we're planning on absorbing the additional 70,000 and change as identified in AUP 14 through the golf budget.
And this letter was prepared by council?
This letter was prepared by Village's council. It was then reviewed by our council. There was very little tweaks because in its basic terms, it's very straightforward, and we are comfortable, staff has reviewed this as well, village engineer, James Bernal, as well as I have.
Okay. So it's just acknowledging what we already just passed in those two motions and it's putting in a letter form to the village.
Correct.
Great. Any further questions or comments? Thank you. All right, Elder Lane and Centennial Beach Project Open House Review. Back to you, Costa.
Warren, thank you.
As a busy man.
As we presented previously and discussed from our efforts on April 15th, the Park District had an opportunity, working with our team of consultants, to present the Elder Centennial Beach feasibility study in its entirety in 4 different stations. Being cognizant of the time and the fact that we have additional work, we're going to present this fully as it relates to slides 20, 21, and 22 later on under new business 9.1, where we'll go through, Scott Ferris and myself, along with Matt Wright, will present these slides here that go through the plan concepts, the design, and talk through all the particulars, elevations, heights, and what have you through that, and what's constructing or making up the balance of the funds that are shown in the cost estimates. I wanted to include this so it was, everybody had a chance to review this. Anybody who had questions on this can go ahead and review through that. Comments were included from the open house. We have all the sign-in sheets from the open house. I'd love if there's any discussion from the park board members, if there's things that they've took away from this that is greater insight for staff to help drive this project and to focus in on elements that we need to change or adjust, or comments in general. Any open dialogue from the board at this time would be greatly appreciated. I know some have already talked. We've had an opportunity to talk, offline, one-on-one here or there. But from the grand sense of things, I think we're well received.
I want to let each board member have the opportunity to share their experience at the open house. Who wants to start?
I'll go. I found it well run. I met several new people that I have not spoken to before. They may have been at the other 2 open houses, I don't know, but obviously, I'm very familiar with certain contingency that's been critical of this, and spoke to many of them, but every new person I spoke to was supportive of what we're doing. Not specifically $22 million, but supportive of investing in our beaches, the plan as it was presented on the boards. Every new individual I spoke to that I recall was supportive of moving forward. That's, again, I spoke to many folks, for instance, Mary Garrison, Randy Whitchurch, some of the folks that obviously attend our meetings often and have been critical of the plan. But the new individuals that I spoke to were all supportive of moving forward. Thank you for putting it together.
David was part of a team, but thank you.
Who would like to go next?
I was out of town on April 15th, so I wasn't going to be with us.
So yet again, this is our 4th open house, and this is just the result of so much hard work. I mean, there's a full load of things on Costa's plate and Kyle's plate, and they prepared all these things and they got them all there, and they were very high quality and very informative, and I thank all the experts for attending as well and answering questions. I also met a lot of younger families at the very tail end of the presentation, and that was a group that I haven't had much contact with. I am hoping we can get these boards into the schools. Spring Sing at Crow Island is May 9th. Spring Sings and spring programs are coming. I am hoping we can get these into the schools so that that group who can't come to a Saturday and can't come to a 7 p.m. meeting could see these and ask us questions. I mean, we could be present as commissioners, we could be, I hate to leverage the staff any further or the experts any further. The basic message is we're repairing them because they're broken. The storm sewer pipe is broken. Elder Beach is broken, it's damaged, it's not in good, safe, usable form. We're repairing them, we're protecting them, and we're adding ADA access. That's the basic bottom line here. And I think we keep forgetting when we talk about the price tag, that our basic mandate is to fix these beaches and maintain those assets. So that's the bulk of the expense. That's item one. Item two is that we have a phased timeline for doing this. We've always had a phased timeline, we've always had to start at Elder, and we have money to do Elder. We self-fund half of our budget, we raise some other money, we have money to do that. We've had cost information from Costa and from Lakota out since August 18th of 2022.
I'm just gonna say, yeah, we're trying to,
Sorry.
we do have another item on the agenda.
Yeah.
This is to share the comments that we heard,
Yeah.
the feedback we got, because each of us had a different experience.
Yes, perfect.
I wasn't there, so I was.
I don't really feel like I have a lot to add that hasn't already been said, because I felt like this open house was definitely more sparsely attended than the others, just based on the timing. Like, many more people had conflicts, so.
I only had 20 minutes to attend because I had a memorial service. But in that time, like you, Christina, I got to interface with some younger families. And I have a list of the questions that they asked me. The number one question was, when are we going to get Elder open? And can we have Elder open this season? Because we want to go swimming. And then the number two question is, what do you mean you're turning Elder into a boat beach? Elder was our favorite swimming beach. And I heard from some older folks about why Elder was such a favorite swimming beach, because they said the water was shallow. And so they could have little ones and they didn't worry so much. Then the third, I'm gonna forget the third item. I had questions from people saying, what is the recurring maintenance cost for the new plant? And we have not really discussed or looked at any of that right now. So those were the three, but I want to thank staff, Costa. I mean, you do a class operation when you pull these together, you really do. And we may not agree on the ultimate result, but the presentation is so professional and you guys work so very hard. Thank you.
I take no credit for it. Costa takes
Well,
no
you should, you were there.
No, but it was
Denise was there, greeting
You were all
people.
there, yeah.
I mean, you're just so nice, okay? And people appreciate that, they really do. So thank you.
The collaboration is a team effort by far. Not only staff that's involved, people that are behind the scenes that you might not see at the meetings themselves, but it's a team effort across the board. I feel foolish, people congratulating me. It's a team effort, but thank you for, I'll pass that along.
Very much team effort. I was there for the duration and then some. So I suppose my most interesting experience was literally on one side of me, I had a person saying, please do not shrink the dog beach. And then the other side, somebody said, why do we need a dog beach? So I think that we might have arrived at the right place by reducing the size of the dog beach, but keeping it there. That was my takeaway. There was also there was a suggestion, and I really like this idea, that we could create friends of individual beaches to help with the beach cleanup. I know we conduct beach cleanup, I've participated in that in the past, but I think it would be interesting if we had users that wanted to band together, much like we do Friends of the Green Bay Trail or the golf course, the people that wouldn't mind picking up debris or the things that wash up on the beach. And we could, hey, Friends of Tower, Friends of Lloyd. I thought that was a great suggestion. There were a lot of younger people there that I saw as well that were super excited about the potential. And again, the comment is, gosh, we moved here because the beach, it's been closed for so long. Please get it open.
Can I make one more comment I forgot to make? Because Susie, Christina, we had a conversation with Susie about ADA, and
Yes.
when we do this, if we do this ADA, we need to have an advisory committee of people that have lived the ADA life, so to speak. that what do they like, what do they need? Is this a good design? So I thought that was an excellent suggestion by Susie when we were talking. I know we've had discussions about it.
Yeah.
But just to remind people that.
Yeah, and again, to clarify, there were some comments regarding ADA access. Every one of our beaches is ADA accessible, except Centennial. Centennial is the only beach that affords the opportunity by its breadth and by how short or low the bluff is, that we can get a path from Sheridan Road all the way down to the beach and boardwalk that is continuously ADA accessible. That's part of the plan. Regarding ADA guidance, we reached out to Craig Culp. He's the director of NSSRA, the North Shore Special Recreation Association, and we engaged John McGovern, who is a specialist in this, and we would intend to bring John was at a prior meeting. When we move forward, we would intend to bring John and get other user input. We've already had some really interesting suggestions about an accessible kayak launch and the mats that allow people to get down in the water. So other really good ideas.
May I make one other comment?
Sure.
We had a number of comments, not only at this workshop, but at every one before, and since the workshop. People, Susie, you've asked for it, others have asked for it, 3D virtual model. So, we're gonna vote tonight, and yet I'm not a visual person. So I have no idea as I walk, what we're really talking about as far as height and visual impairment. I think that we would appease a lot of our constituents who have come and spoken tonight if they could see. What's this gonna do? How is this gonna work?
We're almost gonna get there.
Well, we're gonna vote before we get there, and so again.
No, there's more, I will, let's wait for the motions and then I'll explain exactly what the motions mean. Are we ready to move on to the cost estimates?
As long as the board's comfortable.
And I just, one further comment, and in response to Commissioner Kodo, I actually brought the August presentation. And yes, we had a number available, but as I recall, it was somewhere in the range of $7 million. So,
We had the scenarios. We had all the
Yeah,
individual
we did.
scenarios.
I have here for the
Yeah.
scenario.
But we costed out each different scenario, at the
Just to-
farmer's market.
Yeah, to clarify, in August last year, we did put together preliminary cost estimates for each one of the alternative scenarios that we were discussing, so that people had an understanding of the scope and scale. We can't get to accurate costs until we get an accurate detailed plan, which is what we hired Matt Wright to do. And Matt has been facilitating the collection of cost estimates from the various professionals that are involved. So with that, I'll turn it over to Costa and to our consultants to explain more about the estimates.
Can you just give John a chance to do?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I think.
You worked the room pretty well,
Yeah.
by observation, so.
I'd like to step back and thank the Lakota team, because they spent a great deal of time working with Costa U, Gracie, Kate, to put together the slides. The commissioners who were available to attend, whether it was for 20 minutes or for more, it was awesome. And we owe you a large degree of thanks for your participation. Enthusiastic staff, unbelievable. Costa, Gracie, Kate, Denise, Kyle, it was fantastic, the teamwork. And the setup was ready to go, 7:30, 8 before the doors opened at 9, so it was terrific. The people with whom I had a chance to speak, generally favorable. I think I was a handoff from the gentleman who is against doing anything but keeping the entirety of the dog beach, so I spent about 30 minutes with him. But the general consensus was a favorable pursuit of the plans as presented. I spent time with people I didn't know. They were very good friends of yours until the very end, and I walked them through the entire presentation boards, and I think they're ready to go, as well as a couple of other families. So very positive feedback.
Cost estimates. All right, 8A.
Costa?
Board, thank you. So as presented at the open house, and I would like to apologize I had issues going into the open house where I actually was over at the UPS store printing late into the evening, getting stuff going because our computer system and our printer decided to not cooperate. But long story short, I did have printouts of what you have here for Elder Lane Beach available at the open house as handouts for anybody who wanted to take those with. I have them in both regular 8x11 and ledger paper, so you can easy to read. But as we were moving through that, we did put onto our team to continue with the cost estimating based on the renderings from the April 15th meeting. And that's what you have in front of you this evening and was included in the packet. You have the cost estimates for the work to be done at Elder and the work that's going to be done at Centennial. Now realize that these are cost estimates. These are engineering review based on their assumptions of construction of probable costs. They're not fully baked. They're as baked as they can be at this level as you suggested with the design phase. There's assumptions that are being taken. There's costs that are included based on linear foot, lump costs based on construction assumption costs. You'll notice in here, especially when you get to Centennial, there's multiple mobilizations that are included as part of the 10 million and change that is noted as the entire total. There's a phase plan for Centennial as well, what that looks like in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. I know there's been a lot of discussion around $21 million, but that would be the entire project in its entirety all in. That takes a few assumptions. One, securing 261, which has not been identified yet. That's still in discussion. And what happens with the south of Centennial. The plan design was put forward by the team to only erect and to design and build around what we own. We're not taking into consideration 261. We're not taking into consideration any exchange of south property at Centennial. This only takes into consideration in phases 1 and 2, property owned, and then phase 3, the acquisition of 261 as per the master plan itself, not a property exchange. So just please be aware of that. As we look through the cost estimates, you'll see at Centennial improvements, there is a 15% contingency based on both of these. So please let it be known. I know there was a comment earlier today that there was no contingency. There is a 15% contingency based into these numbers. And there's also consideration of phasing options for Elder that Matt put together from the basic outline of what is needed for Elder in its entirety. And that is building in and securing the shoreline, establishing the erosion issue, and creating control on that beach as the first part of commitment. And that is noted here as well. We could populate it on the board.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if you want to go down to slide 2 for now. So it's going to be hard to see on the board for the audience. I apologize.
Yeah, there we go.
But talking through this, I'm not going to go through each individual line item. Once again, trying to be respectful of time, but I just wanted to talk around some cursory things on the project as it relates to how these numbers were formatted, the information that we have currently, and as future information becomes available, we drill down on design details. When we get to the next layer of permitting, will allow us to fine tune these numbers even further to get to a more accurate cost estimate. I also heard the same consideration as, okay, you're gonna build it, what does it take to maintain it? Those are numbers that we're charging as well off. We're looking to understand what those are and also bring those back to the board in consideration from a programming standpoint, from Kyle's perspective, and from a maintenance standpoint from my perspective. And those numbers need to be understood as far as what that looks like, because there's a lot of discussion around sand nourishment and the large cost of what that looks like, as well as the project itself and how it's being built. We'll go into further discussion, but I just want to make that be known that this project is being constructed as a land-based project for the majority of it. When we get to some later phases of Centennial, when we get to phase 3 of that outcropping of stone, that can only be done marine-based. And there's other pieces that are going to be done marine-based by design. But the intent of phase 1 for both Elder and Centennial is land-based work. And that's, once again, the access road that you see going down on the north side of Elder Lane Beach. From there, you get to a concrete ramp. That concrete ramp is not for launching, that's for access, to be able to get truck traffic from the tableland down to the beach, to nourish the beach, to maintain it, for life safety vehicles to get from tableland down to beach level, to help supply any efforts that are needed for that. It's not a launch by any means, it's access to the beach. I'd also like to know that, or note, these are all in costs. There's gonna be a level of value engineering that's gonna get laid over on this to understand what our budget is and what our budget will allow. There is a factor in here for 2.5 to 3 million with contingency for stormwater that needs to be understood, and that's a discussion for the board to have later with the village. But for now, we need to design this project as it sits, as it's in our entirety, so we can understand the full dynamic of what that looks like. So then the board can come back and make an educated decision on those numbers. Matt, if there's anything that you'd like to add from a perspective, since we've asked you to put all these numbers together, if there's something that maybe I didn't capture well, please feel free
You did a great job.
to address.
No,
So.
you did a great job. That pretty much sums it up.
The other thing I will note is Matt is working on a couple other shoreline projects, and once those bids come in, we'll have a better understanding on some of the unit quantity rates as far as the costs. That'll also help us, give us insight into the marketplace today. So those are things that we're looking forward to as well. And the size of the job and the fair market value of this, we would competitively bid this project. So that in itself also gives us an opportunity to drive the project cost down just by the design of what a bid is. It's not always, the best, it's the lowest responsible qualified bidder is who we would identify.
But to clarify, we are not looking to approve the expenditure of $21 million tonight. That is not where we are in the process. This is the first step in understanding the cost implications of the project and its various phases and its phased implementation. There are implications within the project. Someone asked, why did Lloyd cost $6 million and this is 21 as projected? Two basic reasons. First, Lloyd already had a 400-foot pier, the boat launch, protecting from the northeast. So it was essentially half of the scale. Lloyd didn't involve any steel. We, at Lloyd, we were all stone and some precast concrete. And we were able to secure Lloyd that way because we did it all at once. Because we designed it in such a way that it afforded the necessary protection, the height, the openings, that was all designed so that the waves would be dissipated before they reached the bluff edge. With a phased implementation and 1,000 feet of each, we would have to do it all at once if we wanted to do it solely out of stone. Instead, Centennial has already set the standard for steel revetments to protect the bluff. And Elder is vulnerable. So we need to improve Elder, and steel, I think, what are we, $3,200 per lineal foot? Is that our current estimate? 33?
3,000.
3,000 per lineal foot. Scott?
Lloyd also had an access ramp down the bluff.
Yes, thank you very
that
much.
We have to create to build our.
And it didn't have the demo, and it didn't have the demo of the existing pier, and it didn't have the replacement of the.
But hold, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I share the community's shock at the number. I don't think there's anybody on the board, when we got these numbers, didn't say, are you kidding me? All right? That's number one. I've had many conversations with Warren and Christina and Cynthia about, these are a lot different than we would have expected a year ago. That's one point. We don't have $22 million, okay? There's a lot of comments about money and where's it coming from? Okay, can I share some of our?
Sure, I think it's appropriate.
We have about $10.5 million for Elder Centennial. That's all we have. not coming from any enterprise funds, okay? So we're not stealing from tennis, ice, and paddle. Matter of fact, this year's budget, we're investing money into the enterprise fund to help with their major capitals because it's more than their existing reserves. So no money of that $10.5 million, there's no money from any enterprise fund. It is money that we have in the capital projects fund, which is about $8 million. We also have additional substantial excess available reserves at recreation and the general account that gets us to the 10.5. But if you were,
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
You mentioned golf, and I know there was some conversation and information about $1.9 million coming out of golf. No, that's $1.9 million going into golf from the general and rec funds for the various things we just approved, right? So it's not coming out of golf, it's going into golf. Golf historically has been a loser for us. Pre-COVID, $300,000 a year. It's being subsidized by general and rec. We cannot sustain that golf operation. That's why we're investing in the course, so that Kemper can make it a self-sustaining enterprise. We can't keep going, plug in 250, 300 or more.
it's rare that I defend golf. But it's not, there is 1.7 million in the budget going into golf, but they actually have 1.2 million bucks in reserves. But they have a minimum reserve requirement. So Jim is transferring about $600,000 from general into golf. But golf will lose money next year too. So we could say, you know what, 11.5 or 12 million bucks, that's what we got for Elder Centennial. But we're holding money back because in 24 and 25, because of the golf closure and because of being conservative on excess reserves, because we don't know what's gonna happen, we come to the 10.5 number. But for every dollar that we invest in golf, it's one less dollar that we have for Elder Centennial.
David, Jim, what's the total reserves we have right now? Total?
22.
Yeah, we're a little over $22 million.
22 million. So we're talking about 22 million in the bank right now. Fortunately, it's earning interest, right?
Yeah.
And so we've accounted for all these other capitals and minimum reserves, and it's 10.5 that's available. Doesn't mean we have to spend it, but it's 10.5 that's available, and we obviously are not looking to raise taxes, are not looking to go past a special referendum. This board made a decision long ago. We're not competing with the schools. We don't want to take away from the schools. That's priority one. We live within what our means. And for the good financial stewardship of the past several years, we have been generating, $1 million, $2 million in excess revenues that have helped to build those reserves. So a lot of credit to staff for running a tight organization to get us to this point where we have 10.5 to allocate, but clearly we've got a lot of value engineering to do and some tough decisions to make as to what is necessary and what is a nicety.
I could go on.
Please.
Listen, I've also had conversations with people, what other properties are you gonna sell off? Because we sold Library Park to the library. There have been no discussions about disposal of any Park District property, okay? We sold Library Park to the library. It's a win-win. That's number one. I would say, number two, in terms of our annual debt expenses are about $1.23 million a year. We legally could issue more non-referendum debt. However, to service that debt out of our operating cash flow, it would be probably not the smartest, most prudent financial decision to make. That would leave us to, well, referendum debt. And I would guess if we put a referendum debt out there, or a referendum out there for 10 million bucks, I don't know if it would pass or not. So there's no plans for referendum debt. We can't really issue any additional non-referendum debt. We also are not going to generate any additional excess cash flow over the next 2 years to contribute to Elder Centennial. It's 10.5 million bucks. That's what we have, assuming we don't dump more money into the wonderful golf business. That's it.
More comments on the cost side of this? Costa?
So just to kind of
Yeah,
further.
keep going.
Yeah, so my objective wasn't, I just want to inform the board as well as the general public, you know, some of the things that are gonna help shape this and get us to that number of X. Right now, we are assuming the worst, if you will, in regards to these numbers. We're gonna value engineer this, we're gonna come up with the final plan as we get to that point, and the board makes a decision and finally approves that plan, we will have that ready to go from a maintenance standpoint, from an operation standpoint, how we're gonna operate. I will note, since the board is seeing this for the first time, well, not tonight, but there has been a lot of discussion around Centennial. Centennial is phased in, and that's where you're gonna see the most fluctuation between that. So I just want to call those different phases out and what that looks like. So phase one, taking into consideration with what we've done to date, so if you wanna go to the next slide, actually. You're gonna see the mobilization, you're gonna see site preparation, you're gonna see all the upland project elements of that, you're gonna see the steel grille and armor that's being put in there, the boardwalk, handrails, the ability to fence off and secure the off-leash dog beach as well. That in its base total is $2,770,762 without contingency. With contingency, about $3.1 million for phase one, as we've been publicizing to the community through the open houses. When you go to phase two, now you're looking for another basically $4 million, $3,989,270 to implement without contingency, with a 15% contingency, a little better than $4.5 million to generate phase two, which would be erecting the arm and putting the pier in at Centennial, solidifying ADA access down to the swimming beach on the north side of that, and also being able to extend the boardwalk out further towards our end goal of phase three, which phase three essentially continues and fully links Elder and Centennial, as well as takes the current outcropping of stone shown in as phase one for Elder, relocates that, repurposes, reuses it for the offshore breakwater construction for a cost of $2.1 million without contingency and about $2.5 with contingency. So once again, we're trying to put this through a phased implementation that is something that is palatable. Once again, these are engineering opinions on cost. As we drive this project, we will drive to more firm numbers. And as I was suggesting, the marketplace itself is going to be competitive to help reduce that even further. What will that be? I couldn't tell you verbatim, but that's the reason we have the team behind us to give us the accurate data that we have in front of us today, or as accurate as data we can today.
I want to add two things. One, you've been successful in competitively bidding projects, and I believe that you will be successful going forward. I believe there's some money to be shaved off those numbers. I think the value engineering proposition, i.e. what work can be done in-house, what work is not necessary, what work can be folded in another fashion, that has also been you have a very successful history of executing on that, certainly at Lloyd. These cost pieces were handed out at the open house, so if you're looking for a hard copy, you might want to look through your paperwork from the open house because you might find those there. But I just wanted to make sure, yeah.
As I recall, Centennial was not
Centennial,
available.
sorry, Elder.
Elder.
Yeah.
Right,
I was going to
yeah.
make that same correction.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Nikki?
So just a quick question, if it's an easy one to answer, Costa. What's the cost for phase one? What's the cost for phase two? What's the cost for phase three that gets it to 21 million?
Sure. So
Round
phase-
numbers, round numbers.
Sure. So with a contingency, phase one, if we're taking a look at that, we're basically a little over $14 million for phase one. And that's in its entirety, and that's taking into consideration us paying for stormwater as well.
How much is stormwater?
Stormwater is, with contingency, is almost $3 million.
And that 14 is with contingencies.
With contingency and stormwater. From there, you would add on basically another $5 million, and then from there we would get to the 21. So you go from 14 to 19 to 21 and change, roughly 22, if you will, if you were to round up. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
So,
Inside the 21 is the 15% contingency on each of the pieces.
Each across the board, that's
across the
included,
board.
yes.
So you can knock that down, and then there's no adjustment yet made for competitive bidding, and no adjustment yet made for value engineering.
Correct, and I will note that with the exception of option 3 with the offshore work, this is land-based construction. If the board want, and we'll do this as part of our design packet, is we'll go ahead and bid this competitively with a coastal option, or excuse me, a marine option as well to construct. We'll know what that differential cost is, so we know that data point, and if it comes in cheaper, that's less wear and tear on the community. That we'd love to be able to do that. That'll help us be able to fast track a lot of that work that we're doing upland with less wear and tear on the community. But right now, the cost differential of what we saw previously with Lloyd, I would suggest that this probably would be land-based. for the
what was the
majority.
difference at Lloyd, land versus marine,
Roughly about $2.5 to $3 million, depending
on the total project
on the
cost
total project cost.
of?
I'm sorry, the stormwater, excuse me, the stormwater piece. The breakwater piece at Lloyd without the other elements was 4 and change. All in was about 5.4.
So it went from 5.4 to 7.4
Nearly
to
eight.
do it, nearly
Nearly
8
Correct.
to do marine. So
If we
huge
would've
delta to do it all marine-based, because of the barge, because of the lower, fewer working days.
Takes more time.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
Next question. So when you go to bid Elder, you're also going to bid for marine as well.
As an alternate.
Okay, so if we can do marine, then this road on the north side of Elder won't be necessary, correct?
So the road serves 2 functions. One for the initial build out and construction, but the second piece is for maintenance and perpetuity. So if we have to nourish the plan, depending on our heights and elevations that we build in the breakwaters to, if we build them lower to keep the views and vistas, we expose ourselves to greater sand loss.
But
So
we
there's
could
a
also
potential.
do the sand enrichment.
You could do
by
nourishing by
marine.
marine as
By
well,
marine,
but once
okay.
again, that's at a higher delta.
Well, we don't know.
We also need to provide access to that manhole in the base of the breakwater.
For the boring pit and
For
for
the
the access for that.
Well, for the village engineer wants permanent access ability to that manhole, so we do need that access road.
Let's address the storm sewer piece, because the storm sewer is currently budgeted, or cost estimate is 2.5 million, with the contingency 2.9 million. That's a big number. The storm sewer system is owned and operated by the village of Winnetka. This is the largest storm discharge into Lake Michigan from the village of Winnetka. It encompasses, or takes an area from all the way by North Shore Country Day, the underpass going to New Trier, all of southwest Winnetka. There's a 54-inch pipe coming down Elder. There's 2 big pipes coming down Sheridan, north and south. It all converges, and then it gets squeezed into a 100-year-old brick-lined 2-foot by 3-foot storm sewer that runs straight from Sheridan out to Elder, and a parallel, I think it's a 27-inch 27-inch concrete pipe. Those 2 pipes, 100 years old, 75 years old, the pier, then it goes from there down the slope in 2 36-inch diameter corrugated metal pipes. They converge, they go under the pier into a 54-inch diameter corrugated metal pipe. The pier was built in the late 40s, just after World War II, as were those corrugated metal pipes installed. They are failing. There are chunks of concrete that have broken off the pier. You've seen the steel end that's been badly damaged. We had a chunk of the corrugated metal pipe, 54-inch diameter section, about a foot of it, wash up on the beach. When Cynthia and I were out there a couple weeks ago, we looked in the water and we saw a piece of corrugated metal I'd never seen before. We saw a chunk of concrete. The pier is failing. It needs to be replaced. We don't know what happens with storms and what's going to be exposed. We also saw what looked like the remnants of a pier at Centennial, and in all my years, I'd never seen it before. I don't know if anybody of the Dog Beach people had seen it before. There's now the remnants of a pier strewn maybe 50 feet offshore. So there are things buried. There are wooden pilings in Centennial that predate any of our work. There are still steel poles from the original fence separating the dog beach. There are many hazards out there. We need to get in there and clean this up to make it safe. The storm sewer is a big piece of it. So, working with the village, they said, hey, don't pick it up down by the park. We want to replace it all the way back to Sheridan. We want to set the stage so that we can build into a future improvement to resolve the southeast Winnetka storm sewer issues, including the flooding Willow Road underpass by North Shore Country Day, and of course the underpass near New Trier. That was all studied by the village a decade ago. They just haven't prioritized it, but we can be a part of that solution, working with the village to replace the storm sewer, to put it in an appropriate size, but you can't put it back in the, you could put it back in the same place by lining it, you'll shrink the pipe, you're still dealing with a failing pier. We've, from the beginning of this project, said we need to replace the storm sewer. We need to put it in a location that takes it and releases it further out. Everybody talks about swimming at Elder. Elder was the most frequently closed beach because the storm sewer discharge. A lot of it was the cross connects. There was actually raw sewage being commingled with the stormwater. The village took care of that. The beach closures went down, but you still have massive volumes of stormwater that during a rain event get flushed out of that pipe. That's the way it is. We can't change that. Not like, and it's millions of dollars, as you can see, 2.7 or 2.9 million just to do this. We have, 3 different professional engineers working on behalf of the Park District. Matt Wright, the coastal engineer, Thomas Burke, the specialist. When the MWRD has questions, they go to Tom Burke. He's working on this. And then we have Space Coast, our civil engineer that did all the upland work. All 3 of those people are putting their heads with Jim Bernal to work towards the right solution. That includes those 2 storm improvement structures up by Sheridan Road that are going to capture any debris and allow sediment to filter out before discharging. So it's a thoughtful plan. It's an expensive plan. We've got some value engineering work to do for sure, but part of it is having the necessary cleanouts. You can only go 400 feet without a manhole. If you change direction, if you change pitch, you need a manhole. We get a manhole on here that's up close to $1 million. We want to try and redesign that in such a way that we can diminish that expense. So, because we're dealing in super deep depths. Once you're going down, we're going down 30 feet to get this storm sewer pipe. We need to preserve the bluff. We're talking about going down below the bluff, using that road, putting an auger pit, augering in to preserve that bluff, not do an open cut, and then come up in the park in one manhole where we can make the connection there. So there's a lot of thought, and look, I know this because I listen to these guys, and there's a lot of good ideas coming out. Storm sewer's number 1. We got to solve it.
Right.
Got to solve it. Got to address
James,
it.
can I ask a question? While we're doing all this value engineering, have we looked at with the village, and this would take the village and joint effort. Elder has been and remain, even after we fixed the cross connects, we still had contamination issues. Have we looked at what it would take to have the Elder Lane stormwater pipe, instead of discharging on the northern side of Elder, discharge on the southern side of Centennial? I mean,
Good luck with that.
well, I mean, we've done all this exploration.
It's not gonna be less.
There's a 54-inch pipe coming down Elder. You would be ripping up Sheridan Road and all the other infrastructure in there, monster expensive.
Well, Sheridan Road's gonna get ripped up anyway, it already has.
Yeah,
with all the
I don't want to
trucks
get into
going up and
debate.
down. You
I don't
don't,
want to get into debate here. Know that between the village engineer, their consultant Strand, the MWRD, the 3 engineers we have, they're smart guys that are working on this for us to solve.
And within the context of our financial reality of what we have and what we don't have. And listen, it's the one issue that keeps me grounded on, we've got to do something. Yes, there are many in this crowd that say, don't do anything. leave it as is. I'm not saying you, I'm not saying you, I'm not saying, I just, but we've got to repair that storm sewer. It's gotta get moved. And so that keeps me grounded in like, we have got to keep pushing forward on some design. And we've heard a lot of really smart people to try to refine this thing to satisfy everybody's
Thinking?
Yeah, so,
factors.
listen, we can go round and round, design how we do it, how much it costs. Yeah, it's expensive, it needs to be done. The white elephant is, you know, we think the village should be paying for this. It's all taxpayer dollars.
Sure.
The higher our number gets, the more people are gonna get raising their hair over it. And we're really doing our best to try to convince the village to please work with us, understand this is their system, they're having a major input to this design. All we're really asking is, you got an $80 million stormwater project, this should be part of that project. Help us and pay for this thing, which is beneficial to the entire community, and not just lop it on us to take all the hits.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, help us, guys. And that hasn't been resolved yet. We are working on it. We will continue to work on it. But if anyone wants to go to village meetings, that would be helpful to kind of like, hey, guys, come on. Let's all play together. I'm sorry.
Who owns the conveyance?
Village.
The village.
Well, that's their problem.
Well,
Yeah, we're working,
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
we're working
right.
collaboratively
So we're
with the
working-
village to solve it.
Yeah.
We're taking, they signed,
It's not your pipe.
last year, they signed off on the permit application that was essentially this design with certain tweaks. We've extended it further out, right? It's still in the same location, it's still jogging over. We're looking at value engineering. So we're working collaboratively with the village to solve
At
this.
the risk of being out of order, because I got another agenda here tonight, value engineering is a 25% fix. If you are more than 25% out of budget, value engineering does not save your life.
Understood. This is not public comment. There will be another public comment.
Thank you for
opportunity.
deferring me to 1 minute and then I'll go. 25% for value engineering. If you are more than 25% out of range, you do not have a chance of getting into the budget.
We have
Okay?
phased.
It has
we
to be
have-
scoped.
yeah.
Second question, competitive bidding, does not get you anything in an expanding inflationary market, okay?
Thank
So
you for your comments.
the
We'll be
two
very
things that
deferential
are-
to you.
The two life
We
jackets
need to bring
that
this
you
back
think
to
you
the
have
board.
on,
This is a
don't
board
exist,
discussion.
okay?
No,
I
please.
gotta go.
Yeah, thank
I'm gonna pick
you.
up the date.
Okay. Colleen.
Yes, we are honored tonight to have a village trustee in our midst. Thank you for your attendance, we appreciate that. I'm sure you're here in your individual capacity as a resident of Winnetka.
I have my ears open.
However, with ears open, you know, as we were exploring all of this, one of the questions I continue to have is, you know, is it even feasible to look at discharging that stormwater at the southern end of Centennial? Because we're spending a lot of money on a new beach. And the last thing you would want is to have a water quality problem continue. So I know nothing about any of this, it's a question.
And I think we've answered it for you. It's gonna be vastly more costly to do that. You don't want my opinion, you've got a coastal engineer. I think it's not, it's like saying, well, how about if I did a 5th edition in my house? Is it gonna cost me less money?
Well, Nikki, what I'm saying is, has the village looked at this?
Village gave us guidance on the current design. They were the ones that said, please replace in this process that 100-year-old brick-lined storm sewer and the parallel 27-inch.
Well, I'm gonna continue to throw the question out, and maybe someone who's here with the village might
Staff has
explore
been
further.
working with staff, and we will continue to work with staff to come up with the best design that we can, knowing that, yes, we're being asked to pay for it up front, but the village is also understanding that they're gonna own this in perpetuity. So the designs that are being brought forward is not only to take into consideration what we have currently and what's failing, but to build this in design for 100+ more years of trouble-free maintenance, that where we can maintain
Sure.
this, the water quality, and address some of those other concerns, and that's part of the discussion. I will ask the question verbatim about relocating.
other cost issues that we want to discuss? Remember, it's a phased approach because we know we don't have the dollars. We need to prioritize. So I fully understand what the gentleman was suggesting about the cost implications and the, you know, the value engineering opportunities. We need to prioritize not just the storm sewer, but also the shoreline protection. And that's the other big piece of this, is that I sat in this room in 2013, and in February of 2013, and the discussion was, there is no boat launch this year. There's no water. It was February of 2013. Sorry, go out there. You could walk all the way out beyond the pier on dry ground. By April, the water had rebounded and we were back in business. By 2020, we were back to an all-time high. That's the reality that we're trying to plan for. And there was no objection to Lloyd, in part because we had 100-year-old trees falling into the lake. We needed to move. We needed to move fast. What we have at Elder has, it withstood the high water, but it sustained damage. And we gotta act now while the water's low, so that we're protected when the water inevitably rebounds.
So just a couple questions on the cost. Is the armor stone a specific type of armor stone, or is it like generic armor stone? And then also on the steel sheet pile, my understanding is that there are certain types of proprietary steel sheet pile which have a different price premium. So are we quoting the generic costs in this, or are there specific types of products that are specified in the costing?
We put in costs for the stone of just what is it industry standard right now. There's 5 different materials available: granites, quartzite, jade,
Okay.
limestone.
So which one are we assuming?
We will have to, when we get to the next level, we'll have to look at all that. But for now, at this level, we haven't made that decision. It's just a generic cost based on recent past experience.
One of the cost things that we did as a cost savings opportunity and understanding when we went ahead and bid out Lloyd was we identified cost alternatives for limestone being the base, quartzite, and our granite as being our options, because there's a cost and a value to each one of those different levels. And we went ahead with the quartzite because it was a longer sustaining stone that allowed for harder hits with the waves with less deterioration over the years of fracturing because it's less porous. And that was a determination, was an up cost, but it was a small delta compared to the longevity of what we would create. So that would be something similar that we look at here based on where we're going.
Okay, and what about the sheet pile?
I'm not familiar with any proprietary steel products.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. but-
Maybe you're thinking of Core-10, which is kind of like Kleenex.
I don't know, I just remember
It's a
Chuck
weathering steel.
saying there, you know.
Yeah, Core-10 was,
there's
but that was
some
developed many, many years
proprietary-
ago. There's our generic weathering steel where the oxidization protects the steel from further rust. That's the brown steel you see out there used in these applications.
For the level we're at, we're just using recent industry standards of projects I've done in the last couple of years.
Last question of Matthew. Matthew, why are we doing this 30-foot steel sheet piling as a revetment? We didn't do that at Lloyd, as I recall. Is that correct? Didn't we just use stone?
We used stone, but Lloyd beach house itself was protected as well as the launch. We put in a stone revetment underneath the sand on the south side that was on the south side that was exposed as well.
So why is it necessary to have this steel revetment? Because it appears to be extremely expensive. Why is that necessary?
Steel is no more expensive than stone.
It's not?
And it allows you an even more number of opportunities for shoreline improvements. You have a hard edge, so you can pour concrete behind it. You can put a railing so people are right there at the water or the beach. Versus if you have armor stone revetment, now you're 50 feet from the water line, you've got to get over stone, you have no access to it. People can't, you don't have the same experience of a stone edge as you do steel.
So is this to have the walkway?
It's
the
provide a
continuing
boardwalk.
walkway?
Yeah, a continuous boardwalk along the entire, from
So
north
it's
to south.
needed for that?
It's the design choice that we made at this point to
So you can
prepare
have the
base for the-
continuous walkway?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, these are all on the table, right? All these discussions, all these points are on the table in terms of VE and phasing. You know, the original plan that we had last year assumed stone groins and protection, so we were using the existing steel and doing piers to support a boardwalk, a wooden boardwalk, because we were afforded protection. With the uncertainty of combining the beaches, we know we're gonna be exposed until such time. So phase one, you know, we're still exposed. Phase 2 and 3 are a different story.
Okay, we need this because we don't have 261. If we have 261, we have the parallel pier. Is that
And we need this because of the exposure of elder. That's where we're
Well,
going.
you just
We
said-
can either put stone or steel. And as Matt just said, if we pile up stone, you dig down to the clay, you put the proper bedding, you put the armor stone in, you're gonna spend as much money doing that as pounding steel to protect the shoreline. The second row of steel to create the boardwalk, that's a good question.
I just want you to rewind if you can, because you were saying we need it because of the exposure to elder until you get the parallel.
Until and unless you can protect the entirety of the beach with the stone groin, you're exposed. So Matt's recommendation, he's like, look, don't put the stone in, you're just gonna interrupt the beach experience. You've already established steel, both 100 feet at the far north end of Elder and the 500 feet of Centennial. Connect those. That would be the objective, to forevermore protect the bluff.
But if you acquire 261 and you build your parallel horizontal breakwater, then you don't worry about this exposure to elder, is that correct?
There's still exposure that we need to protect against, and based on the conversations, and Matt, feel free to jump in, your recommendation still in that capacity is still about building to a 591 elevation, even to a 593, what's out there existing with the gabion baskets at Centennial, you would still recommend.
Exactly. Based on the crest elevation of the Revlon breakwaters, we'll be building a 585. That you cannot rely on that as your primary means of shore protection. Now, if we could raise the breakwater up, 4, 5, 6 feet, then you wouldn't need as much protection on the shore. But if you're going to keep your breakwaters at 585, that's not going to give you the shore protection that you have currently at Centennial.
And
Which is a
that's the
crest
key.
elevation of
That is
583.
it. That's it in its essence. Yeah.
Right, we've, and I agree with this, we've heard from the community that Lloyd height breakwater doesn't work at Elder Centennial. It's a different beach, it's a community beach, it's gotta be lower. This is the trade-off, right?
Yeah.
Lower breakwater means more, I guess, bluff protection.
The only thing that breakwater is going to give you at Elder and Centennial would be sand retention. They're not providing shore protection. So you still got to do something to stabilize your shoreline.
Because they're being
Because
held
of the
down.
height of the breakwater being held down so low.
Yeah.
So one or the other, but can't,
And that's part of the concrete ramp as well. It serves the purpose of allowing trucks traction to get up. And if we hold it down at 585, we will have storm events pouring right over that. And if it's down low and no concrete, it's gonna wash out the sand.
you will need to nurse the sand.
So that's also the trade-off, keeping it low. You're gonna expect, at times, big storms will lose sand. Now we have the ability to replenish with truck instead of barge, which would be far more expensive.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of trade-offs in this design, but we realize we're constrained, and we need to make decisions that protect the asset first and foremost. Deal with the storm sewer, protect Elder. Those are paramount importance. And then the third thing is, the ADA access, which also gets us down to Dog Beach. And we have a minimalist approach to creating a dog beach. It's appropriate in scale, it meets the guidelines, and allows people to bypass without going through any gates.
We'll cover that as part of the presentation.
Sorry.
We're not
Okay, Any other questions on cost? We'll move on, consideration to authorize staff and consultants to continue with preparation of permit plans and applications for permits to the several agencies, including the Village of Winnetka for Centennial Beach. So the Park Board will consider and act on motions to approve the program elements and design features for Elder and Centennial Parks and Beaches. Program elements are the dog beach, swimming beach, the paddleboard beach. The design features I will list in the motion. To direct staff to proceed with the final plan preparation and permit applications for the proposed improvements. The motions anticipate that the staff and consultants will suggest plan refinements within the scope of the previously approved program elements and design features to address comments coming from the reviewing agencies and value engineering recommendations. The Park Board will have the opportunity to review and act on such refinements prior to resubmittal to the permitting agencies, or to submittal to the permitting agency, I should say. The motions also recognize the development will most likely be completed in phases to accommodate certain provisional issues, including financing contingencies and the potential acquisition of 261 Sheridan Road. So the motions are as follows. Should I read them all?
Yeah.
All right. Motion to approve the primary program elements for Elder and Centennial Beaches to include non-motorized boating, stand-up paddleboards and kayaks at Elder Beach, swimming at the north side of Centennial Beach, an off-leash dog park at the south side of Centennial Beach, and to approve the following design features for Elder and Centennial Parks and Beaches, including a headland beach system comprised of rubble-bound breakwaters to create additional recreational area and minimize the loss of sand from littoral transport. Retaining walls to mitigate long-term effects of erosion due to variable water levels, to protect the bluff from erosion and provide a foundation for future phases of upland improvements. ADA accessible pathway from Centennial parking lot to the boardwalk. Pedestrian access to, from, and across Park District beach property, allowing the public to traverse the lakefront, including steps up and over any improvements perpendicular to the shoreline. Relocated entrance to the dog beach, such that the electric key card operated entry gate is located at the boardwalk, allowing public pedestrian access to the remainder of Centennial Beach from Centennial Park. Vehicular access path from Elder Lane parking lot to Elder Lane Beach for construction, maintenance, and emergency purposes, and pedestrian access for beach patrons. Relocated and improved Elder Lane storm sewer with discharge point within the outer edge of the rubble mound breakwater, and direct the negotiating team appointed by the board, including at minimum 2 commissioners, the executive director, and corporate counsel, to negotiate an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Winnetka for the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of the upgraded stormwater improvement system at Elder Lane Park and Beach, as depicted in the drawings prepared by the Lakota Group, design and concept plans, Elder Centennial Beach, feasibility study, draft plan, dated April 15, 2023, Elder Centennial Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Get rid of the kayaks. It's a pretty consistent theme. I consider paddle boards, as we talk, you tend to swim when you use a paddleboard because sometimes you fall off the paddleboard. I consider paddleboarding and swimming the same. Kayak is a little bit more like a boat. There's sensitivity in the community. We have a boat launch, boat beach, Lloyd. I personally, unless it's an ADA specific driven idea, I would say, I know this is small, I would say not a chance kayaks at Elder Centennial. That's my view.
Very quickly, Commissioner Seaman, you inspired me, and I went to work because finally, finally, honestly, David, finally, because of a council's ability to put our FOIA materials up with all the distribution, I could find what I've looked for over a year, and that was the minutes to the 2030 waterfront plan. And I have asked for those because our justification to this whole project has been, we must do this because this is the 2030 plan. We must implement it. So on page 158 of the final 2030 waterfront plan, it says with Elder, dedicate north half of beach as non-motorized boating beach. Then in later narrative, it talks about a swimming beach on the north, people-powered watercraft beach on the north, and then a swimming beach on the south. So I support you, Commissioner Seaman, to the extent that I think we've heard so much from people saying, we don't need another boat beach. What we need is Elder Open as a swimming beach. And so I went back, I dug through these minutes, guys. I'll tell you, it was enlightening. And what I found was there was a concept. There was a concept that was dated December 16, 2014. And as I read this concept, I said, holy cow, is this what this is all about? Because what it talks about is that we're going to purchase the property between Elder and Centennial. And then it goes on to talk about we're going to have this wonderful facility with an open view of the lake. We're going to have a large patio. We're going to have a space for a restaurant and a bar. We're going to offer it a venue for weddings and other events. And we're going to provide space for the Winnetka Yacht Club or the Lakefront Club. And it goes on and on and on. And finally, this speaks to the steel. We are going to provide a paved promenade running the entire distance along the bluff.
This is from when?
This is from December 16th, 2014. So all the rumors people talk about, the restaurant, the yacht club, my suspicion about this road going down the north side of Elder, the cement concrete boat pad that Matthew, you talked about it as being a concrete boat pad during the March 24th meeting.
And I said I misspoke about that.
No, you said
Colleen,
you misspoke about.
I have to interrupt. Honestly, I was a part of the Lakefront Master Plan. I co-chaired it. We just began to convene in 2014. So the only document that is relevant is the final plan.
Well, the final plan talks about swimming at Elder. It doesn't talk about boats.
No, the final plan talks about it's a non-motorized at Elder, it's swimming at Centennial.
Well, I'm
We've been
reading
down this road.
right here. This is from page 158 of the plan. And it says dedicate north half of beach as non-motorized boating.
Yes, that's Elder.
North half of beach, Elder Lane Park, north half of Elder. And the renderings show you
Exactly
have-
that. Colleen, we can't debate what's in black and white in the.
Well, you know, we can debate just about anything that you want to debate. But when it comes down to what the people come in here, and you've had comment after comment that they don't need another boat beach. They don't want another boat beach.
Can I ask
That's
you,
the other thing, too.
can I just ask a question? Because I think the programming is flexible, and I just want to put this to Kyle Berg. We can start out with a non-motorized, we can start out with non-motorized, and we can start out with swimming, segregated. And if it doesn't work and we need to change it, how big is that change?
It just takes time and planning. I think the greatest example is Lloyd Beach. Lloyd Beach, as it exists today, is a boating beach only. We are taking advisement from feedback we've gotten from the community that want greater access, and so we've even planned some events for the summer to make use of that space to show what it is, and then we can evaluate based on that, is there opportunity to look at the programming changes so there's greater access.
We did have swimming there on Monday through Wednesday nights from 6 to 8, if I recall, for
Yeah.
6, 7, 8 weeks.
We did during
On the
2021, we did not during 2022.
Correct.
So I want to give everyone the opportunity to
Yeah.
speak. So I think we should go around and give everyone their say.
Can I go twice?
Only after everybody else is gone.
Precedent's been set.
Only after everybody else is
I'll
gone.
start. Just, can you remind me, because why would we want Elder to be non-motorized boating when you have Lloyd? Right, Lloyd, my kids love Lloyd. They do stand-up paddleboarding out there. So does my wife. But if they want to get in the water to swim, they get chased out. And fine, that's the programming. So why would Elder be more non-motorized boating?
So that we can swim and enjoy paddleboards at the same beach. And then you give somebody a destination on the paddleboard and the kayak so that they go back and forth between the beach and be able to land safely and actually go on. That was the thought process, like, hey, and there were also discussions with the kayak groups that circulate throughout, you know,
I
the
just
Great
think,
Lakes. But
I hear
I'm
ya.
amenable to the idea of paddleboards.
I just think we need to give people some beaches where the kids can go out and adults can go out and swim.
I think it was in
They have their
response, the multi-use,
Go to Lloyd.
the multi-use programming was in response to the people that said, I want to be able to take my entire family to one beach, and one part of my family likes to paddleboard, and one part of my family likes to kayak, and my little ones want to swim. And that's why this beach evolved as multi-purpose.
But it doesn't work, because your kids are swimming at Centennial, and your kids are paddleboarding at Elder, and you
Right.
can't be in both places at the same time, and then what if someone has to, God forbid, go to the
Yeah.
bathroom?
Yeah.
So,
I
so
think
maybe
it's-
we
You know where they're
just,
going.
This is a different beach than Lloyd. This is a community beach,
yeah,
a pure swimming beach. Someone made a smart comment. There's a lot of stuff on Tower, right? A lot of playgrounds and stuff. It should be a nice, beautiful paddleboard, swimming beach with the dogs at the other end, with a gate. That would be my view.
And a beautiful new playground.
So I think I'm agreeing with you, right? We don't, right, you're saying,
well, I just find it strange. Lloyd is stunning. I think there's room for improvement if we had to do it again, right? We all agree, I think. But if you want to use that to swim, you can. You can chase that. That's been my experience.
I would prefer to add swimming to Lloyd than to add a kayak or a non-motorized boat to Elder Centennial.
I would say there is a complication with adding swimming to Lloyd. There is motorized boating.
Yeah.
That is an element of danger that
Yeah.
would not exist in the Elder Centennial conversation. But
But
that
the
is
pro-
separate from that.
But the programming changes, you can be flexible on the program.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, again,
Do we have to nail it down?
we're not,
Do we have to?
we don't have to nail it down. What we do have to nail down are the design features. Well, I want to give everyone an opportunity, Cynthia.
I think that's a good start to take the kayaks out. We're working hard to send to the table to try and find a plan to get a little bit more unified around. So I think taking out the kayaks is good. I think having swimming at Elder as well as the north end of Centennial would also be good, so that people are not getting chased out. The other point that I just had on design is really, we're taking out the pier. Everyone loves walking on the pier. There is not an equivalent walking out onto the water experience, and I really think that from a future standpoint, we need that.
Maple.
We do have that in phase
Kids
2
go
of
up there all the time,
Centennial.
have lunch.
Yeah,
125.
Phase 2 has a walkable surface on top of the south groin. That's closest proximity to the ADA access. And that, again, is something that's cost-driven, but it's a desirable feature. Personally, my preference would be to see a walkable feature that goes all the way out, but that the stone groin is higher than the walkable feature, so it doesn't invite jumping in off that. So you have that vista, but you have that sense of protection, and you don't invite jumping or diving.
Yes, I think the obvious stone will not invite jumping or
Yeah.
diving in the way that
Yeah.
the open piers
Yes.
Is that a lot more expensive to have a I don't, for lack of a better term, stone or concrete pathway slightly sunken in? I'm guessing that's a lot more expensive.
I wouldn't put it sunken in, and you got stone on both sides, and people are gonna jump onto the stone. Because if you got a pier going out, you have armor stone on both sides of it that's 20 feet wide. So you got a crest elevation that's 13 feet plus another 20 feet down the side slopes there. You won't even be near the water, so you're not gonna be jumping in. You'd be crawling over it certainly, but you're not jumping in.
But cost-wise, there is a substantial incremental cost to putting that walkable surface in the center of the groin. It's a wider groin, it's typically protected by steel with concrete cap.
Well, you use that as your core of
Yeah.
the breakwater. So just a,
I will say that when you're spending 21 million, another
Would-
200,000 have a really nice feature.
I'm all in favor of
You're spending a
it.
big number.
I'm all
and
in
you
favor
might as well have
of
it
it.
be beautiful.
I gotta respond to that. I mean, I greatly appreciate your unbelievable intellectual enthusiasm. We're not, I just went through, we have $10.5 million. We can't borrow any more debt, non-referendum debt. We would have to go to referendum to get more debt. We are not going to generate additional operating free cash flow to add to the $10.5 million over the next 2 years. We could get private donations, I guess, but that's not a taxpayer issue. We don't have anything lined up. We would know about certain pledges of dollars. There's nothing. So when you put the 21 million out there, like we have the obligation to do with these documents, because it's the public, and we should, that creates this fervor about what the hell are you doing? But for you to make that comment about when you're spending $21 million, we're not spending $21 million. We don't have $21 million. We have $10.5 million.
I would say though, if we put something like that in our approved plan, we could go and fundraise against it.
Yes.
People might be excited to have the
Yes.
platform.
That's the idea, absolutely. We don't have the resources to do this, but you have to, the goal, the objective is to set the vision, address the priority issues, you know, protect the shoreline, solve the stormwater issues. You know, we've heard lots of conversations about swimming in the stormwater. It's part of the reason why we moved the swimming beach to Centennial, because we still have two twin 36-inch storm sewer pipes that are coming off the end of that groin. Now, it was 160 feet out in the current iteration, right in the middle of the swimming beach. Now, it's 200 plus feet out, and it's further to the north, and we're separating swimming by several hundred feet to the south. That was purposeful. Mickey, sorry.
My 2 cents, and I will, and I will be brief. So, you know, it's, to me, irrelevant to say, well, you know, here's what was decided in 2014. It was conceptual thought in 2014. We get to 2016 when we approved a plan for a lakefront master plan. And have there been variations to that plan? Absolutely they have, because we have another large audience in here, you know, ready to string us up because we were gonna take away the dog beach. And we said, okay, we listened to you, hear it, so we'll change that program need, and we'll have a dog beach, and we'll also have a swimming beach at Centennial. In terms of Elder, if the plan is for non-motorized craft and you find out it's not being used, I'm only gonna make an assumption here that it wouldn't be gigantic dollars to say, okay, we didn't get enough people to use it, we'll make it a swimming beach. It's not like we have to go out and do more rocks or stuff to do that stuff. So it's not like we're talking millions of dollars to make that program change. So, you know, that's one, listen, put it in and see what happens. The beach has been closed. No one's been using it, so you can't guess at what the usage of a beach is gonna be when it's not available. It's not even there yet. So for me, it's like we're deciding on program elements. So after we do that, so let's do that. Let's get this thing going. Let's stop trying to find ways to not do it. Let's find a way to do it. Let's move forward. Let's get stuff. We know what we can afford. We know what we can't afford. We're not gonna go out there and start stealing from people that do this thing. We're gonna be physically responsible, whether people believe it or not. And let's go forward. This is 2 years and counting. And if people think, well, let's do this before we do that, and you just keep kicking that can down the road, it ain't gonna get cheaper, folks. Inflation is eating up the construction industry now to the tune of 30 and 40 and 50%. This is not gonna get any less expensive. You go through the motions of value engineering, you look at cutting down scope, you're gonna competitively bid that stuff. All of that stuff is gonna help us. But in the meantime, cost of goods just keep going up and up and up and up and up. You wanna delay it, then you're gonna have that same discussion for the next board and who knows when. It was like, what the hell is this 24 million, you people are crazy. It's, you know, when you went to referendum to buy the house, I don't know that it was 5 million, I kind of remember it was a lot less, but I'm sure Mary Garrison would correct me. But it ain't that cost now. And if you think you're gonna buy that house, you're not gonna buy it at 6.2 million, ain't no way. Cost is gonna be higher.
I would like to make a motion to strike non-motorized boating from the current motion under consideration.
That's agreeable.
So there's a motion, is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay, so we vote on that amendment? David seconded. Motion to eliminate the non-motorized element.
Commissioner, Commissioner Archambault?
No.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
No.
Motion passes.
Motion carries. Okay.
So we just did an
So we-
amendment to the motion, now we're voting on the original motion.
So, any further discussion?
If we take the non-motorized voting out of Elder, do we need to add in, and Dave, this was your motion, Eric, swimming at Elder and Centennial Beaches? Kind of the second
Yes.
bullet. Make
Okay.
then I would like to make a motion that we amend. Motion number 1, today, swimming at Elder and the north side of Centennial Beach. So just be swimming at Elder.
I will second that.
Any discussion? Please say no.
Matt has discussion.
Just by the geometry of Elder, if Elder's a standalone project, you're not holding that much sand, you've got no south edge to hold sand. You've got the existing low.
It's a programming issue, we can always revisit it. I know what you're saying.
Okay, so know that if that's a pure swimming beach, the sand and nourishment element is gonna be significantly more.
Well, it's
than it
just,
would
there's
be-
not gonna be a lot of beach, there's gonna be a lot of swimming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so know that it maybe no sand there a good
Yeah, I
deal
mean,
of
that,
the time.
again, there's
side
thought,
and the bad side.
there's rationale to all of these decisions of the Lakefront Master Plan. Wind comes out of north, sand drifts south, collect sand in the south, that's a good swimming beach. North, immediate water, get in your paddleboard, your kayak going. But, roll call?
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Are we done with discussion? Because I have one other comment.
We're voting on the motion
We're
to
voting on
change
your
swimming
motion.
and swimming.
I'll say yes to that.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault?
And there's no non-motorized boats or swimming.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Abstain.
What'd you say?
Abstain. Hey, you've abstained, but.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Right? It's consistent with my prior one, right? Come on.
on.
I'm willing to accept the majority of the board. That's what this is all about.
Oh my God, yeah, pretty yes.
Just finish tennis. All right. Yeah, we still got other stuff.
Yes, we gotta get to his.
All right.
Table this for a next special meeting.
No.
We're in person. All right, we have the motion. We have a motion as amended. Any further discussion? No.
Well, which motion are you amending?
The first motion,
We
motion
changed,
number
we
one.
Oh,
eliminated
going back to that,
non-motorized,
okay.
and we
So
added.
regarding the pro.
Now we're gonna vote on
Thank you,
the
I got you.
protection.
Program elements and design features.
Viewing platform back in.
I will second that motion.
The motion is made and seconded to amend this motion to include the viewing platform.
Clarity, or just clarity on that motion, where that is located. I'm assuming you're.
On the
saying
north
for-
breakwater,
yeah,
on the other
Elder,
side.
Correct,
Yeah.
just for clarification.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
I would just quickly comment, I am terrified of encouraging people to go out there and potentially incur additional accidents that change people's lives. That is my biggest concern.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
More or less terrified than having people walk on the open rocks at Lloyd because they want to see the lake. I would rather give people a safe place to do that.
May I comment to that? Neither one of
Yes.
those are safe. There were signs posted not to go on the rocks. People are gonna do it anyway. It's,
In theory.
it's dangerous.
I think of little kids running
Breakwaters are low.
out, running away from their parents and jumping. It just terrifies me, sorry.
You could put a railing,
I'm just gonna say, there's a cost to that, and I'd rather table it until we have money. We can always add it later. I'd rather table it till I'd rather not make that a requirement, because we don't have money.
That's probably better. Rather than voting your motion down, I will second the motion to table. Okay? It's not killing it, it's tabling it, right? That takes precedent over hers. So now we have to take a roll call on the motion to table the pier.
Is there a second to the motion to
Viewing.
table?
Yeah, he seconded.
Is there a second?
I second
All
it.
right, second.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner Ress,
No.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
I'm here, yes.
Commissioner Proto,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes. Motion to table carries.
Now we can go back to the.
Now we're back to the original motion.
Which was seconded, so. you-
Motion second, as amended, swim, swim. Roll call, please.
All right.
Oh,
One
wait,
final
but wait.
discussion. One final discussion. We have heard repeatedly this evening from some really heavy hitters in this community that we need to have some community survey, a minimum of a community survey out there. Don't think it would take that long. Going to every household, asking if people want this. Asking, do you want a headland beach system? Do you want swimming at Elder? Do you want another boat beach? We have heard and heard and heard. We just seem to barrel right along.
In your opinion.
I would
In my
think
opinion,
that
too.
survey falls neatly into the strategic planning efforts that we're gonna be conducting. And I think that that's the right time to do it. We're not gonna move, what's our timing on starting Elder anyway?
To go to permit, we're potentially anywhere from 4 to 6 months out, so construction in a perfect world is end of this year, but most likely starting next year.
Okay, so the strategic planning process will begin at some point during that time. And I think that's the right, complete way to conduct a survey in a sort of an orderly fashion, in a comprehensive fashion, together with the strategic plan. None of the permitting stuff is gonna be set in stone. We're gonna ask for something, and if we find out in our strategic planning process that it's not wanted, or we can't afford it, we're not gonna be able to do it.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
What?
Motion to amend the motion. And this would be a new line, that no work will be taken on permitting until a strategic plan survey is is,
That's a motion.
well,
That's okay, go on, carry on.
you said it, Christina, I'm putting it in here because I'm giving it some teeth. So we are responding to those members of the community that have asked that we please survey our residents on what they want. To work on permitting, so no work on permitting until a strategic plan survey is sent to residents asking whether they approve or disapprove of this design.
Motion, is there a second?
Second. I think getting survey information is good.
May I think that would be, on strategic plan, that would be an inappropriate use of the strategic plan. I think this is a separate topic and would, if surveying would ever to be entertained, it must be separate. And I think that's also.
All right, there's a motion made, second. Can we vote?
We vote?
I meant it to be on a second, just no work on permitting until a survey is distributed to residents for approval or disapproval of this design.
Roll call, please.
All right, Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
No.
Commissioner Archambault,
No.
Commissioner Lesson,
No.
Commissioner Kodo,
No.
Commissioner James.
No.
That failed, no.
All right, so now can we move on the original motion? Can we, roll call, the motion is amended, swim.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
No.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Motion number 2, may I have a motion to authorize and direct staff and consultants to A, prepare permit drawings and plans for Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach improvements based on the program elements and design features approved by this board immediately prior to this motion. B, prepare and submit all required permit applications, including but not by limitation applications to the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the Metropolitan Chicago Water Reclamation District, the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and the Village of Winnetka for improvements to Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach, subject to the following conditions. Refinements required by the reviewing agencies shall be presented to the board for further consideration and authorization before resubmittal, and updated estimates of costs shall be prepared by staff and consultants and provided to the board as new cost information becomes available. So moved.
Second. Per the packet, that's motion 3. Just for
Question.
clarification.
You didn't switch it up on me on my script. Is that right?
That's okay.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do this. Thank you, Costa. All right, I'm gonna reverse the order, thank you. May I have a motion to authorize and direct staff to prepare an updated preliminary project schedule and cost estimate with alternates, including phased implementation of the overall Elder Centennial project for board review and action. Refine the long-range capital plan budget and develop a detailed project financing plan for board review and action, and document its findings related to the Elder Centennial project for board consideration on or for board action on May 25th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
So the intent, yeah, the motion is second.
Hold on, Warren, that's
Yeah.
not the language that appears in the packet.
Jen, what, would you?
What about line?
That's the language online.
Huh?
Warren didn't say part C.
What's that? Oh, yeah, yeah, this is, I don't know how this, I'm sorry, I was reading from the script. May I strike that and read from the
This is,
actual
what
handout?
you're gonna read now is the second motion. The previous two readings are incorrect.
Motion, yes, correct. Motion 1 was it. I move the board to authorize and direct staff to prepare an updated preliminary project schedule and cost estimate with alternates, including phased implementation of the overall Elder Centennial project for board review and action. refine the long-range capital plan budget, and develop a detailed project financing plan for board review and action. And prepare a resolution summarizing the board's proceedings and documenting its findings related to the Elder Centennial Project for board consideration and action on May 25th, 2023.
So moved. Again.
Second. So, when you say project financing plan, I guess I'm a little confused by that, considering in 1 month, we know our number. I guess if that motion is about, in a month, sizing what we're doing there, respectful to our financial resources, I'm in favor of it. I don't know if it, are you telling me that's?
That's the intent.
Okay.
That's the intent. When I say, when I develop the motion, the recognition is that we have limited resources. We need to prioritize the improvements to safeguard public assets. That means stormwater, protecting the bluff, ADA access, and the dog beach. The limit, get the dog beach back, we can have off-leash dogs. Those would be the priorities, but we have limited resources, so we need to then say, okay, if we're going to create a vision, how are we going to finance that vision? I don't think anybody here wants to go to referendum. Nobody wants to raise taxes, so presumably that's creating a vision and seeking additional public funding. I mean, additional, either whether it's finding offsets, working with the village regarding the storm sewer cost, looking for other federal or other state funding for elements of this, and for donations. But we have to develop a plan that gets us to the end goal.
Commissioner James, I want to speak for myself as a commissioner. I do want to go for referendum. I think this needs to go for referendum. You said that none of us want to go. Well, this commissioner wants a survey, and if the survey comes back that is positive, then referendum.
Let me clarify, I don't think this board has the appetite to go to referendum to raise taxes or to go to referendum bonds. That is not the means by which we would intend to finance this project. Discussion?
We've battered around this referendum issue a million times. We're still honing in on a design. A referendum is an up or down vote on one thing. We don't have a concept yet. We have not decided on a concept yet. We have an amount of resources that we know that will eventually drive us over the next month to a series of design decisions that we can afford, and that's it. We have raised our money. We have earned half of our money, and we have raised the other half. We don't need to go to referendum to finance this, number one. And number two, a referendum is an up or down vote that simply says yes or no, and you have to have a definite design. We don't have anything to vote on yet.
Well, we do now, we passed the first motion.
True, we're getting there. But we need, the pieces of information that are identified in this motion are necessary to help us understand where we're headed. We don't have a budget yet. We have an idea of a budget. We don't have a budget yet. I'm in favor of this. We need to go forward and get more details.
With all due respect, when you say we don't have a design, here it is, guys. You've had a design. There it is. It is a headland beach system. There's devil's in the detail, right? But you got, this is your design.
Does anybody want to?
I make a motion to call the question.
I got a motion to call the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion to amend the motion.
Motion to call the question.
Right.
Was made first.
I made that motion.
Second. Okay, roll call, the motion called question.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yep, yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
No.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
that motion passes.
All right. Roll call on the motion to.
Commissioner Rapp,
No.
Commissioner Root,
I don't know what we're voting on now. I'm sorry.
Motion to authorize and direct staff to prepare an updated preliminary project schedule and cost estimate with alternates, including phased implementation of the overall Elder Centennial project for board review and action, refine the long-range capital plan budget, and develop a detailed project financing plan for board review and action, prepare a resolution summarizing the board's proceedings and documenting its findings related to the Elder Centennial project for board consideration and action on May 25th, 2023.
No.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
that motion passes.
Okay, motion 3, move the board to authorize and direct staff and consultants to prepare permit drawings and plans for Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach improvements based on the program elements and design features approved by this board prior to this motion. B, prepare all the required permit applications, including but not by limitation applications to the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and the Village of Winnetka for improvements to Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach for further direction on filing of same with the reviewing agencies from the Park Board at a subsequent meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Okay, go ahead.
I had a question, at what point in these motions, like, we had approved a motion to do the hydrodynamic, like, get a bid for the hydrodynamic modeling, and at what point does that happen? Does it happen after we submit the permits, before we submit the permits, like, when is that going forward?
Matt, do you want to offer some feedback on that?
We need a hard design to model. Until we have a design defined, we can't solicit proposals to model. We have nothing to model right now.
Can we have a proposal for hydrodynamic modeling for consideration at the May 25th meeting? If we, given the direction that you've got tonight?
Sure. I mean, you guys write the proposal, I'll get you 3 bids.
Okay.
But I need specific, you need to define what are you modeling and what are your parameters? Is it for holding sand? Is it for shore protection? What is the purpose of the modeling? Because we're not improving the Centennial shoreline at all. That's a structure's been in place since 1987, so what would you be modeling for the Centennial project?
I'd be more concerned about the sand loss at Elder, since we now are making a swimming beach, and we have the big groin at the top.
But what do you want to know? We know you're not holding sand at Elder because you have no south perimeter to hold sand. So what purpose is a quarter-million-dollar model to tell you what I'm telling you now? You're not holding sand.
So we don't need a model to tell us we're not holding sand. We know that.
We know we're not. Gotta decide when we're losing sand.
I can spend money for you, but I can tell you right now, you're not holding sand.
Okay.
It is kind of a moot point without the other elements of this plan. If we were going to model something, I would suggest modeling a phase 2 or phase 3 so that you understand. And that then goes to the issue of height versus views. If we hold the groins down at 585, as we're thinking, that would be something that might offer some insight.
Because then you're balancing, will you get overtopped by waves and push out the sand versus a higher breakwater will allow you to hold more sand. And that's the nuance that hydrodynamic modeling would help you.
But not at the north side. That's the.
It would be for the whole.
But only if you.
To clarify, this is a motion
Yeah.
to authorize staff to apply for permits from the regulatory bodies.
To prepare the permit drawings.
Yeah, prepare them
Yeah.
at a later date. I'm not even sure why we need the motion.
It's to prepare them for further direction and filing of same with the reviewing agencies from the park board at a subsequent meeting. So this gives us the imprimatur to proceed to prepare the permit application so we understand what the elements are. And that is in part necessary because we're still understanding what the village's review requirements are. We have a meeting scheduled in May to understand how they're going to implement their design review process. And one of the things written in the ordinance is submit all your permit applications. So until we have that body of documents, we wouldn't necessarily be ready to satisfy the conditions to go have that meeting, right? We're trying to find out what the process, how the process is going to be implemented, and then be prepared to satisfy those requirements. Because in the ordinance it says, submit your permit apps. Come in and talk to us.
That makes sense to me. I would think that, and I'm sure this is occurring, I hope, that there are discussions going on between Park District staff and village staff to make sure that, well, this design is in the ballpark of what the village would approve, right? Like,
That's what, it's, the permit process and the, you know, I don't think anybody's gone through it yet.
Yeah, I think we're the
We're
test.
trying to prepare, and that's in part, prepare a resolution summarizing the board's proceedings and documenting its findings related to Elder and Centennial Project for board consideration. That is in part to address the village ordinance, in that we have spent years literally trying to, assess and understand the dynamics of the lake and the trade-offs that we just were talking about. Lower wall, more sand loss. What are the trade-offs? What do we value? And if we value views, and we all agree that we want to try and hold this down as much as possible, but we need to get objective, opinions, really well thought out opinions on, hey, what's going to happen if we hold it all down at 585? You have a bunch of waves washing out and not a lot of sand. So what's the right number, and how did you arrive at that to achieve that minimum necessary to achieve the program's objectives?
Motion to amend motion number 3 to revise the penultimate line of motion number 3 to read as follows. Improvements to Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach for prior review and approval by the board at a future meeting prior to filing of same with the reviewing agencies, period.
So after the comma, beach, comma.
For prior review and approval by the board at a future meeting prior to filing of same with the reviewing agencies, period.
yeah. I want the board to have a look at it, which,
And approve it.
yeah,
Thank you.
we should. I'll second that. You just want
Does
to,
that,
I think we talked about this
It
before.
doesn't
Unless I'm
matter.
misunderstanding.
I'm a little bit concerned, it's what it is, it's a second bite at the apple. We all know we want to approve on the refinements, but we don't want to go back and unwind the entire motion.
We don't want to go back to June 6, 2020, June 9, 2022.
We sure don't.
But this is, as I understand it, this is just what we talked about before, that
Right.
in the prior permit submission, that there was, some board members felt that they didn't have a look at the permit before it was submitted. So I think what you're trying to put that line in there is like, the board should be able to take a look at it. Now, you might have to put a timeline on, but I think the board should take a look at the permit.
Thank you.
I agree, well, that's why it says for further direction on filing of same with reviewing agencies from the park board. It didn't say prior approval.
Sorry.
So who did the Bears
They were
draft?
happy.
Who's the Bears draft?
You didn't like the motion.
My concern is that we have two commissioner-elect who have not been involved in this process. In a way, it's kind of snub on them because they're coming in, well, they might view it that way. They're coming into this, they're not having an opportunity to review it. At least this would give our two new members of the board an opportunity to become educated on what we're doing here, because you'll recall, there were two members a while back that were clueless. And it would also give them kind of buy-in where they are having the opportunity to say, yes, this is a great plan, I love it, let's go. My reason for it.
Matt, just let, go ahead, Matt.
And don't know that you need this motion because we'll prepare the permit documents on behalf of the Park District. You guys ultimately sign it, so you have to review it and sign it. We submit it on behalf of you. We don't sign anything. So you have to review it and sign it and give it back to us to submit to the agencies.
The finer point, as I understand it, that's being discussed is that the entire board wants to see it before it goes in.
Right.
Yeah.
Review is one
Which is,
thing.
and I,
Approval, that to me, it's just good. Are you approving just the permit applications or trying to reapprove the entire thing?
well,
Yeah, there's a difference.
I think you're approving the permit applications.
Well, we
With
would,
all due respect, Commissioner Cotto said that this was just a concept, that we were putting a pin again in. When we get the permit applications, we've got the details.
We have the details that were submitted, right? We're not obligated to construct
Yeah, we got the details.
as much as the permits allow us to. We could always do less. Does it?
That's correct.
Perfect, okay.
Matt?
but we wouldn't prepare the documents until you approve a design and a budget. Once you do that, then we'll move forward with the permit documents.
Regular process.
Right.
All right, so there's an amendment that's been suggested. Want to vote on that amendment?
If you could restate it, please.
My amendment was simply, the next to the last line of motion number 3 will read, improvements to Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach for prior review and approval by the board at a future meeting prior to filing of same with the reviewing agencies, period. And you strike the rest of the last
So
one.
is that for the permit? or
That
the
is for,
design?
correct. Prepare all permits, correct, yes.
So it's an apples and oranges. You
Yeah.
gotta approve the design first before you go to permit. So that'll be less controversial about how the documents are prepared to go to permit versus what are we designing for? That's,
I think-
that's the important piece.
Yeah, you've outlined the timeline for permitting as a ways out.
So I would kind of echo Matt's comment is, that's cart before horse a little bit. It's like, let's approve the design, that's approved, they got marching orders to, prepare documents for permit. If we need to look at that before it gets submitted, so be it.
Is there a second to my amended motion? Call.
I actually thought I seconded it
Okay,
already.
David, all right,
So let's
call,
call the vote.
call vote.
Commissioner Archer?
Oh, wait. I want to be really clear. We've already voting on approving them to do permit, drawings, and applications, even though the design isn't done. We're basically saying, when you come to that point in time that we've approved design, go forward with doing the permit. Because I think that's what we're voting. That's why I'm asked to get it reread. So I have no issue with, when we get to the point in time when we're ready to do, apply for permit, if we get the documents, yeah, hell yeah, I approve that, why not?
That's my understanding of
This,
Yeah,
per
that's what I'm trying to
Commissioner
say,
Riggs.
yeah.
okay, I just want to be clear.
Basically, we don't want to see the permits after they're filed.
Correct.
Want me to try and reread it?
No, I think, well, I think.
I'm happy to read the whole
Okay.
thing if you want me
Great,
to.
let's do it.
From the very beginning? Okay, here we go. I move the board to authorize and direct staff and consultants to A, prepare permit drawings and plans for the Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach improvements based on the program elements and design features approved by this board prior to this motion, and B, prepare all required permit applications, including but not by limitation, applications to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the IDNR, the Metropolitan Chicago Water Reclamation District, the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and the Village of Winnetka for improvements to Elder Lane Park and Beach and Centennial Park and Beach for prior review and approval by the board at a future meeting prior to filing of same with the reviewing agencies, period.
You moved, you seconded.
Roll call?
Roll call.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes. Unanimity.
Do the happy dance.
Cue the phone.
President James, is it possible to have the remarks from visitors so these people can go home?
We'd like to go home too.
We all want to go home, yeah.
Well, I understand
Let's see
that.
here.
We would consider it after the.
Let's do tennis.
Let's, all right. Poor Pat. Can we let Pat go
Yeah.
first?
Pat, you're sure.
All right. You guys want to do remarks to visitors?
Pat should take 5 minutes.
Yeah, that should take 5 minutes.
All right, Pat, you can, thank you.
Yeah.
Pat Briassi, manager, Nielsen Tennis Center.
Hey, Pat, can you come forward?
We got to see you on camera.
See right there, that big bag.
Just to your left.
There you go.
You don't want to flip fall.
There's a trap door beneath it.
I am here to recommend board approval for us to move forward with a bid. We had opened 2 weeks ago. The winning bidder was US Tennis Court construction company out of Rockport, Illinois. We budgeted $75,000 for court repairs to outdoor courts 8 through 12. At $75,000, the winning bidder came in at the amount of $60,000, $301.50. We have a 10% contingency built in case they find additional cracking since they last surveyed the courts. Under budget.
For a total project cost of $66,331.65.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, go. So moved.
Who was the first person?
Christina.
Any further discussion?
I have a question, sorry.
Yes.
Requests, again, for pickleball courts.
Mhm.
Does resurfacing courts 8 through 12 provide the opportunity to reline the courts or provide some sort of lining mechanism to enable pickleball?
We have not scheduled pickleball lines to be done on those courts. We currently have 2 pickleball courts on court number 6 when we resurfaced the courts 2 years ago. So that's where our courts are for pickleball. The hours that we offer are not ideal for all pickleball players because tennis is our priority and we work around our tennis programs, teams, and tennis patrons. And so we try to fit it in when we can. So, short answer, no.
Okay. Motion made and second. Roll call?
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Pat. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, folks.
Well done.
That's all right.
You can go home now. You don't have to stick around. You can if you want to. All right, you guys want to do
I just want to take a bio break.
bio break? You want to do remarks?
Yeah, oh yeah, sure. I've got no issue with
You
that.
guys want to amend this to remarks? Sure.
Do you have to look at the agenda to do that?
Take care.
I don't know. Is that all in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Hi, Kim Handler, 1100 Pelham Road, 37-year resident of Winnetka. As pointed out, I wear several different hats, so today I'm standing here with my taxpayer resident, my CPA, and my former caucus chair and communication chair hat. Like many of you in the room, I served on the caucus several times, and for 2 years I was very involved with the designing, gathering questions, analyzing data from the caucus survey. If I understand correctly, right now the 2023 caucus is forming their teams, and in most cases the teams will meet, usually with you, John, and sort of ask every taxing body, well, what kind of things do you want to hear about? They come up with their own questions because they have their idea of what's going on in town, but they also ask the taxing bodies. That survey goes out, depending upon the caucus, around July, maybe August. So here, I think you all just decided you were not going to survey the community, yet here is the opportunity. I would be, as a taxpayer, I would be very surprised if this year's caucus survey came out and the Park District section didn't have any questions about what, to me, I understand is one of the largest projects that the Park District has undertaken. So perhaps in another forum at another time, you can rethink about what kind of questions will be in this year's survey from the caucus, because certainly it's a great opportunity. So there's my plug for the caucus. Wearing my CPA hat and my resident hat here, tonight I've heard a couple of things that just always sort of don't sit well with me. When we say, a taxing body says we don't raise taxes, well, if every single year you approve some or all of the allowed tax levy, effectively our taxes go up. So that's not a fair statement. I also never like to hear, oh, well, we have the funds, we've got excess reserves. Those funds are taxpayer funds. That's money that I cut a check for years ago that's been sitting there that wasn't necessary to run the operations that year. So that never sits well with me as a taxpayer. Third, we've seen a couple times, this sounds a little derogatory, but tonight I sat here, I'm not going to comment directly on the project that was being discussed, given my other hat in town, but any taxing body, and we've seen this happen a couple times in the 37 years I've lived here, that says something to the effect of, well, we're going to pass it and then we're going to figure it out. That sort of reminds me a little bit of Washington a few years ago with that famous remark of we have to pass the bill so we know what's in it. But also saying, well, don't worry, it's getting phased over years. At the end of the day, the cost of a project is the cost of a project. If my new college grad came to me and said, I'm going to buy a $100,000 car mount, but don't worry about it, I'm going to phase the payments over 10 years, doesn't change the fact it's a $100,000 car. So our community is filled with lots of smart people, and taxing bodies have gotten caught on this before when numbers are positioned in a way that don't just say this is the cost of the project. So whether it's this project, I personally always like to see, just plain speak, what does something going to cost? Again, we're all smart people in this community. That's one of the benefits of our community. And last but not least, a little thing, Commissioner Seaman, I'm usually always thumbs up and agree with everything you say, but tonight I have to take issue with the comment that the library sale was a win-win. Because I know a lot of people feel that the day that was sold, the library has come up with 3 or 4 renovation plans, 3 of which include building on that land. And now, net, if those go through, Winnetka has lost green space. And I know in the Park District mission, one of the very specific things is to preserve and protect our open land. And by selling it, it hasn't been a win-win. I feel like it's sort of a lose-lose. By giving up, albeit a postage stamp size park in a community our size, every little bit of open land is important. So thank you for listening to me tonight.
Anyone else like to speak?
Do I have any remaining time?
We got 3 minutes. It's 10 minutes till 11. You got 3 minutes.
I get my full 3 minutes.
Yeah, we get a fresh 3 minutes.
I didn't get allocated for my jumping the gun. Gosh, where do I start?
We'll say your name again.
Rick Duran, 530 Sunset, 530 Sunset. Resident of Winnetka for 41 years, 3 different houses, et cetera, et cetera. So, Commissioner Archambault brought up a good question on the way to your last motion, which is the normal flow, and your consultants, well, left now, your consultants basically ask the same question. You've got to balance a conceptual wish list. You have a $20 million scope. You have to balance that down to something that approximates your envelope figures you gave us earlier tonight. 10 million, 5, et cetera. So I'm sorry. 10 million, 5 plus or minus $500,000. Great. We're dealing in those kinds of ranges. You've got to get your scope list down to that, and if you push it out into the future, pick whatever number you want for inflation. A year from now, it's 8% more. A year from now, it's 8% after that, and 8% after that. So in a growing inflationary environment, phasing doesn't save you anything. Okay. Comment I made before: value engineering is a limited sort of thing when you figured out your scope and you ran through it on the way, you bought extra things and bought things along the way, and then they cost it again. And then you've got the situation, well, wow, I'm 2% over budget, or I'm 12% over budget, or I'm 15% over budget. That's the reality world of value engineering. You can't get value engineering to save you more than on a wonderful day, 25%, which is what a sort of rule of thumb to tell clients, okay? Finally, you've got to figure out, so you have the assignment, you've got to figure out a scope that reaches that $10 million number, and if you want to put a 5 or 10% contingency on it, you've got to target $9 million or some number like that, okay? Finally, it's not your conveyance, it's not your pipe. You know, everything related to that pipe is world brand new from Hibbard Road to the lake. They're putting in new toys, right? And on the other side of the tracks, they're putting in new drainage systems as well. When it gets to your 100-year-old or 75-year-old or broken pipe, I'm sorry, it's not your pipe, so when it gets to their pipe that's 100 feet from the lake, it's still their problem. It's sitting on your land. Somewhere you've got a piece of paper that says you gave them an easement. They put the pipe in the easement, it's their pipe. I mean, whatever you've got or don't got, it's not, the sewer system is not your thing. You're in charge of, as the lady said earlier tonight, happiness and bubbles and roses, right? That's the board you want to serve on, you know, trees, open space, fresh air, and all that stuff. You don't want in the sewer business. You don't even want in the riprap business. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rick, I'm gonna do something a little bit out of order just to clarify. Two things. First, each phase stands alone. Each phase can be stopped and it works. Right? You can do phase 1, it solves the stormwater, it solves the erosion issues, and it solves the dog beach. Boom. You may never do more than that. Phase two enhances that. Phase 3 enhances it even more. But it's not that you have to do phase 2 to let phase 1 solve critical issues. The critical issues being, we've got it, that storm sewer, it's falling apart. It's a hazard. We gotta solve it. We had a permit application signed and submitted to the MWRD a year ago, and it was withdrawn. So we had already agreed with the village. But this, and the village wrote a big report on it, and we've had multiple studies, so that piece is in the works. That piece is the elder protection is the next most important thing, and the dog beach, getting the dog beach to meet code requirements. So all those things are phase 1, and the ADA access.
And you're proceeding, I'm sorry, we're out of protocol, but
Yeah.
you said it. And we're proceeding under the assumption that it is your pipe.
No, we have authorized, back in March, we authorized the board to negotiate an IGA with the village regarding storm sewer, because they already told us we need an IGA to do that. So that's a dialogue that we've been seeking to have. They said, when you land on the design, we'll talk to you.
And so the intention of the board, not yet articulated?
It was articulated in March. It has already been asked that the village should pay for the village storm sewer system. We are working together in a collaborative nature to solve the problem.
Thank you, sir, for the explanation, but your explanation also was that you don't have enough staff to take sand out of the golf course, and so you want a single general contractor
Yes.
to do the golf course work. Just let me finish my question. That's over there what you're capable of doing within the park umbrella. And on the other side, get rid of that pipe. That pipe is not your pipe, it's the village's pipe.
Well, we can talk offline. We'll just keep going. We got out of interest of time. I'm happy to talk to you afterwards.
Use my 3 minutes, thank you, sir.
All right. Oh, anybody else? Sorry.
We have,
Back to pyrotechnics.
I hate to do this, but. This is not motions, so
Motions.
we passed the motion to direct the negotiating team appointed by the board, including 2 commissioners, but we have not named the 2 commissioners. Do we need to do that tonight, or can that wait until a subsequent meeting?
Should wait.
Okay, so we're waiting for you, I just wanted to.
We've got a meeting on the 11th. We've got a committee meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
And we have a scheduled meeting with the village on May 18th, so we should decide that.
Okay, tonight or on the 11th, either one, like.
I don't think, does that require a board action to do that? We can do that in a committee meeting, can't we?
I feel like we could do
Let's do the
it.
committee
Way
meeting.
back in the day, when you first joined the board, there's a whole list of who wants to be a liaison, who's going to be officers.
This will be.
All right, well,
Okay, I just,
Well, Warren has just said that there's a May 18th meeting with the village.
yes.
And as long as we all agree that we can decide that at the committee whole meeting in May.
May
the
11th?
11th, that's fine.
Okay. Great. All right. May I have a motion to approve the agreement with Pyrotechnico as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Let's get some fireworks in here.
Talked about it. You presented it last meeting?
As presented by Toby at the last meeting.
Okay. There's no further discussion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Archibald?
Yes.
Commissioner Lutton? Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Okay. Staff reports.
Jim?
Are we skipping 9-3?
We need to cover that.
Oh, geez, sorry. Discussion of opening Elder Beach for summer 2023. Goes to Kyle, make it succinct, please.
From a operational standpoint, there are concerns of hazards. We've looked at this through a value engineering phase. To rent equipment to do this in-house, we're probably looking under $10,000. There would be an additional cost incurred to either rent or purchase fencing to cordon off the area of concern on the south half of the beach where their baskets, the gaming baskets and blankets are damaged. We'll have to further investigate that to a cost and what that looks like. Currently, there is an opportunity to do that. I have also reached out to a third-party individual firm to come out and give us an assessment to have a third party come in excuse me, to complete the work versus staff and deferring currently our park openings and what we have going on. Once I have that information, I will bring it back to our park board at the May 11th meeting. There is opportunity to fence and secure the site safely to open the north side of the pier and only the north side of the pier. Staff's recommendation would be to keep the south side closed because of the known hazards that are in the ground and under the sand. with the changing elevations of sand and storm events that we could have, the fluctuation of what that is and the potential is too great. We would remove all the hazards on the north side. We would demo out and break apart the concrete, remove that off site. We'd also, as part of that, would be sifting through the sand where we can to find the other hazards that have been identified, try to pull out as much as we can. Lake Michigan brings us gifts pretty regularly, and we address those gifts as they come up, whether they're pier sections that float in, whether it's things that come in with wave events and lake events. Those are things that we're further investigating at this time.
To go a little further, I think there are two main elements to this, and I'll say I am adamantly opposed to opening Elder before we complete construction of whatever form. Number one is risk, number two is budget. Risk is we can fix what we know, we can fix what we see. We don't know what the lake will do when it changes, and we don't know what will be presented. Also going with risk, I believe, and I've spoken with Costa on this, we would bring Paderma in to make sure that from a risk management standpoint, they could support our change of close to open without substantial improvement. And then the other piece is the budget. As it stands right now, Elder was not budgeted to be open from a lifeguard and beach attendant standpoint. Looking at the cost, the minimal staffing of 2 lifeguards and 1 attendant would be an expense outside of budget of about $50,000 for the 92 days of operation for the season. If we were to add a manager to that site, which I think would be in our best interest, that increases the cost upwards of just shy of $80,000. And this is again outside of what is currently budgeted. I appreciate and I hear the concerns and feedbacks of residents, especially the ones local to Elder, and I want to get that space open, but in a balancing act of other swimming beaches being available, I don't think this is a risk worth taking.
Go ahead, Krista.
Thank you. I have a question about our experience with the Dog Beach fence as it pertains to we're gonna have to get a permit for this fence also. What is the timing horizon for that? Because we may not be able to accelerate the village's process for this fence either.
Or IDNR.
So that timeline is a timeline that we need to consider as part of this operation. Right now, that would go through the potential regional, through the Corps, but through the IDNR would have to go through a individual permit, which requires 30 days notice. So that process could be anywhere between 3 to 5 months or longer.
Which puts you into the end of summer.
Closes out the end of the season, just about. And that does not take into consideration, but this would be a temporary capacity, so that would be something else I'd have to further investigate with the village as they would review this as part of their process. Because this would not be, the intent wouldn't be to have this in perpetuity to enclose for the dog enclosure like it was before. This would only be during operations for the swimming beach to separate that safety concern. So I'm not sure how they would review that from their standpoint. So there could be some review of that from the village's standpoint.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna go back to a question that I've asked before about, so flip it. Yes, we have an area that's Dog Beach, it's Centennial, and we still have enough in the program to the north of that, an area for eventual swimming. What would it take to get that up for swimming this summer?
I would say, to answer knee-jerk, we would have to section off between Dog Beach and Swimming Beach.
Right.
And that runs into the same issue of putting in any sort of fencing.
But have we submitted for the permit for the fence for the Dog Beach?
We have not at this point. So that's on the short horizon for early next month to bring that back to the board.
So is the time lag Costa, the government agencies or the village or both?
Village is unknown at this time, because this would be the first time through that process that we would have to experience that, so that's an unknown. The government agencies are what I kind of foreshadowed there previously based on discussions I've had with Soren Hall and conversations with the IDNR.
So.
For permit requirements.
Yeah, so I think I'm just speaking for myself, I think the board could go at least lobby the village to understand, we've got summer, we have a lot of people that came here tonight that want a beach open for swimming on the south side of town. Fence is not something that is what's the word, an issue in terms of design. It's a requirement. So it's like, hey guys, seriously, how long does it take to approve a permit for a temporary fence? And see what they say. Because frankly, they should share the burden with us on this stuff. You know, we're the ones getting the hell kicked out of us on this stuff. And we would love to do what the public would want to do. But at every given step, we go, well, we gotta do this, oh, we gotta do that, yeah, you gotta do that, time flies. Not against you guys at all. It's just the reality of things. So we can at least get the village in our corner for this. And say, we'd like to open this thing in June or at least no later than July 4th. Can you help us with this permits? I would assume you could talk to IDNR because they were aware what the fence was before. And if they say, no, it's gonna be 60, 90 days, we got our answer, we tried.
I think there would be a better opportunity to fence off the issues at Elder and keep them separated, because that is technically a temporary fence. That structure is only put in place to ward off for safety, where the dog beach had longevity behind it. That was a concern. Well, what is temporary? Is it 6 months or longer? Is it temporary for a year and a half? That was an unknown, where I think we have a better shot.
I think we should move forthwith to apply for all those permits.
Sure.
And advance them.
I have to strongly disagree. This does not tip the scales of risk.
Okay,
And
I
that's-
understand your complaint. I am not saying that we open the beach. I think fencing off the hazards is an appropriate thing to do, okay?
Yes, I mean.
So he said
Regardless.
applied for permits for the fences.
I want to make sure that that is open and clear, because I could hear community responsive, they're putting it out, they're moving, and then why don't you?
I
That's
understand.
my concern.
I would like to, I don't think there's any harm in moving forward with permit applications for fences, especially to identify known hazards.
I think the bigger issue is the staffing.
Well,
That's the.
As of right now, we have the number of staff that would fill the spots, but we do not have the budgeted amounts.
Can we agree to proceed with intent fencing, seeking the permits, and revisit this in May 11th?
Yes.
I'll come back with whatever answers I can by that time, but.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Just a question on the beach house,
Mhm.
because that's closed as well.
Correct.
I mean, is there a way to open the beach house and the bathrooms separate from the beach use?
Again, I think we're on a slippery slope.
Run on the north side, and then you gotta traverse the temporary fence to get to the bathroom.
I appreciate,
No, I-
I appreciate the desire to have Elder open, but as long as there is opportunity in this community for swimming, it is not a risk worth taking. That is my professional opinion.
I agree.
Understood.
You gotta respect staff.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I.
The risk is
We cannot ignore the risk.
But
unacceptable.
we probably have some obligation, knowing that people may violate the fact that it's closed, to clean it up. I don't know. That's a.
I'm all in favor of removing the hazards, fencing off what we can't remove.
We have known, or certain commissioners have known for over 3 years, that people regularly use that beach. They use it, the neighborhood uses it, you're gonna have people down there. If we've now broadcast that there are hazards, I agree with you, Commissioner James. We've gotta clean it up and make it as safe as possible. If they use it, they do so at their own risk.
Right.
Bless.
Right, agreed.
Okay,
Stand like a second.
all right. I think there's consensus there. We'll move on to staff reports. Brief.
Brief update on the audit. The audit's gone very well. The auditors are preparing their analysis. They should be back in touch with us shortly. There are only 2 pieces of information they are missing, neither of which is in our control. The first is the Cook County tax extension report. No idea when that's going to be done. Even the auditors have no idea when Cook County is going to be finished with that. The second is a certificate of achievement that comes from the Government Finance Officers Association. This is something that they look for every year. Reach out to GFOA. They're preparing those reports for 2022. They should be done within the first 2 weeks of May. That's the latest update that they could give me on those certificates. Again, those are the only 2 items that are missing from the wish list of the auditors, and neither one of those is in our control. Everything that they asked for from us has been given to them. They're preparing their response.
And they'll present in May? Will they present at a board meeting in May?
They haven't committed to when they're going to present. I can reach out and try and get an answer for you on that question.
Thank you. Jim? Denise?
Just really quickly, I have been working with our newly elected commissioners to get them onboarded with their emails and their training. The training is also available to anybody else. It's not required, but it's available if anybody's interested. I'm happy to sign you up also. And if anyone else is in need of business cards or anything like that, just let me know, because I'll be placing orders for them, for the commissioners.
One other quick, I'm sorry, go ahead, Nikki.
So I have a question in terms of the audit. I think that we are obligated to make a decision on an audit firm. It's either every other year, or I don't know if that's coming due for May.
It is not.
It is not? Okay.
We have one more year. We had a 3-year contract with
Gotcha.
Quabbach.
Thank you.
We're on year 2.
Thank you.
Thank goodness.
Asked and answered. Wonderful.
One other point, John reminded me, yes, all of you now have your 2023 budget books. Feel free to peruse those. One new feature I want to point out towards the back of the book, in previous iterations, the tax levies had not been included. The budget ordinance was included, but so the expenditures, but the tax levy for the funds to be raised was not included. Now, going forward, the tax levies and the supplemental tax levies are included in the budget book, so it's a new feature for 2023.
Website?
New and improved.
It has not been loaded on the website yet. That will be done within a couple of days.
Great.
We have it on a flash drive. I just need to work with Gracie and Kate to get that done.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners have a draft of a survey that would be used to inform strategic planning. That was sent out earlier this week. Please review the survey and give feedback to me by next Friday. Thank you, Commissioner Cotto, for already being on task with that. The FOIA responses and documents that we've received from Robin Schwartz are all accessible via Diligent on the internal folder. If there's anything that is found to be missing, let me know. And there's a chance that there are a lot of files that could still be in what I have, or I can reach out to Robin Schwartz to get that added. Some items to celebrate. Number one, James Janescu, one of our recreation managers, just completed his lifeguard instructor certification. So he'll be supporting our efforts in the certifying of our lifeguards. Toby Ross has tackled a huge number of technology growth opportunities for the Park District and is stepping into an adjusted role in that regard. Because we have just brought on Colleen Swanson, who's a recreation supervisor that will be transitioning to the lead of our camp programming, so that we can have a focused eye on that and also give opportunity for Toby to take on some new roles within our recreation staff that I think will be very well suited. And finally, Blades of Gold celebration at the Ice Arena is scheduled for May 5th and 6th. I encourage you to get your tickets and head out. It's a great time.
Are we looking good for program attendance and stuff this summer?
Yes.
Sign-ups? Great.
No comment from me today.
All right.
No additional comment.
I mean, platform tennis, paving will be completed tomorrow, and earthwork to finish that grading. Punch list items are being completed next week, as far as I'm aware. So we're continuing working through that, so that should be open up pretty quick here. Otherwise,
Thank you, Costa. JP?
Legal fees through year-to-date invoices received $61,115. So information is in your packet. Happy to answer any questions or make available the invoices as you'd like to see them. We have worked with Jim Filio. He will resubmit his invoice for what was initially billed of more than $17,000. So we've been able to reduce that significantly. So we'll see that in a subsequent set of vouchers.
Where is that gonna go? How?
It's about half.
Okay,
So
that's
we cut it
good.
in about half.
Yeah, that's good. That was.
It's an improvement.
Oh, it's a huge improvement, because it was a.
The Elder Centennial fees year-to-date, $66,759. Happy to answer any questions associated with that, but we keep in track with Cynthia as well as with Jim to make sure those costs are up to date. Earlier this week, on Sunday, I sent out an email regarding a new process for using a spreadsheet, and this was through, Commissioner Root had given some great, Commissioner Rapp had given us a great idea of using a spreadsheet for commissioners to offer I guess, suggestions, work requests, whatever it might be to staff. So between committee of the whole meetings and board meetings, it gives commissioners an opportunity to lob in a request of staff. That spreadsheet is also on Diligent Community. Whatever's entered between the two board meetings would then be reviewed by the board at the second board meeting, if you will, for a discussion amongst the commissioners, as well as interfacing with the staff to understand workloads and whatever might be out there. So it's a better way for us to manage the well-intended ad hoc requests that come in and ensure that everybody's aware of what is being asked of staff and get full board buy-in as well as full staff buy-in. So
That's miserably bureaucratic. That's my comment.
Okay.
We're a small agency, a small board. My view is that reminds me of the city of Chicago. That's really bureaucratic. They have the board discuss with another board member. I'm glad I'm stepping up the board as it relates to that specific item.
I don't think the intent is for it to be a discussion. I think the intent is for it to be visible.
If
For
that's what it
everybody on
is.
staff and everybody on the board. And I think it's gonna be a quick conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's just knowledge of, that's different than board discussing or.
I think there's gonna be some discussions of why do you need this? How long does it take? Can we prioritize it? Can we add it? If not, it moves to the bottom of the list.
I know you don't want to discuss this tonight, but to me, this is something that should be an internal matter, that maybe, John, you assign someone in staff to keep. You have all of the requests coming to you. So, they can be logged in by your staff. I support Commissioner Seaman on this, particularly after I spent months trying to get information on the 2030 plan. And I spent months trying to get information on design. I don't want to be gaslighted and stonewalled, and I see this as a vehicle to do just that. So
I see it as the opposite. I see it
No,
as
that's-
the
that's-
opposite,
that's the
because I
intent
have,
is-
I see it as exactly the opposite, because I have no idea what everyone is asking.
we did go through this conversation a couple of board meetings ago. There are ad hoc requests, all well intended by commissioners, independent of the other 6 commissioners. And it creates a work stream for a staff member or 2 or 3 or more that ultimately adds to the daily work that is required of a staff member. So I do think there is a way to ensure that we rank order that which is being requested of staff in a manner that's transparent.
I would say, like the Nutrier example that I gave were more like meaty research requests that were discussed with the board. Like, for example, one of the board members requested a review of the Nutrier policies with respect to ChatGPT. So they were more like meaty
I'm
requests.
just gonna say,
as opposed
in
to
the interest of
individual
time,
ones,
can we
so-
table this discussion and move?
Yeah,
everything
it's all
else?
good.
Thanks.
Liaison reports?
Done?
Yeah, I have one, unless someone else is eager to go first. I had wanted to introduce David Botsit. He was in this corner, front corner right there.
More about?
From the caucus. He
Yeah.
was here, he hung in diligently
He did.
until about 10
He
o'clock.
did.
Yeah.
He
So
did.
he did send a text during the meeting giving his apologies that he still had other work to do.
Yeah.
But I know that he has been working diligently this week on caucus work. He is interested in having questions from us for consideration, so please email them and I will be happy to get them to him. I mean, obviously the caucus will be its own process. I think he probably could fill several pages of questions, having sat through public comment and our meeting, even until 10 o'clock.
I mean, he left
so-
early. He left an hour and a half early.
I want to go to
Right at
midnight,
time.
so. Because I've never had a meeting for 2 days, it's lasted 2 days, sorry, Warren. But there was a statement here by, someone said, oh, the caucus survey is July, August. It's my knowledge, my understanding, it's been in June several years, which is why the number of respondents to the caucus survey has gone up considerably, because people leave, after June. So I believe that the survey's in June.
They're actively working on it.
Yes.
When I
Yeah.
consulted
Not a
with
July,
Robert,
August.
he was not.
I'm
sure,
gonna
but
suggest
send me
we move on.
questions as
Any
soon
other
as possible,
liaison
and I will
reports?
forward them.
It's
No, I gave the
11:22.
school
Any other liaison reports?
No.
All right. We already had remarks from visitors, so we can skip that. May I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C1 for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body. 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C5 for purchase or lease of property. 5 ILCS 122C6 for the setting of a price for sale or lease of property, and 5 ILCS 122C11 for litigation when an action against affecting or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court, administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probably imminent. 5 ILCS 120-2C21 for purposes of approval of the body by the minutes or semi-annual review of minutes is mandated by Section 2.06.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second.
Roll it.
I know. Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson. Commissioner Rapp. Yes. Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Commissioner Koto.
Yes.
Commissioner Ganey.
Yes.
11:22.
You are no majority. Okay.
I don't know what
We don't,
What are you guys
That's a
doing
compliment
on
to
your
you.
Thursday nights?
we do not intend to vote on anything until we come back into open.
No, we don't intend to vote on anything.
But thanks for
Come back. You don't need to stick around.
Okay.